it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Is it Thursday already? I think it's Thursday. Gosh, where's this week gone? So welcome back to Criminality. If this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are covering the second trial of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, and we are on day 3. And it is official that my computer is just like its owner and doesn't like mornings. So it does not want to quote unquote wake up at all. I'm like, I feel you. I feel you, computer. I feel you. So we left off yesterday with a couple outstanding things that Bev has to decide. So I think she's probably going to do that first about the PowerPoint and there was one more thing that she had to decide, but we'll find out here in a second. Sleuthie has a meeting this morning, so she will be here as soon as she can. And let me pull this up so we can get started, and then I will drop the bingo link in the chat. But hi Travis, hi Delana, hi Lacey, hi Thomas, hi Joanna. What's up, Ems? Oh, the clip talking about Peggy. Shit, that's what it was. See, God, I love you guys. Hi Fiend. What's up, Richard? Hi Mav. Hey Shaz. Hi ATS. Hi Carla. Hi Carry On. Good to see you. Fiend says morning. It made me think like top of the morning to you. Like top of the morning, Fiend. Hey Indiana girl. Were you able to ever finish your stuff yesterday? Hi Thomas. Hi Postpunk Mama. All right. All right. I think I'm gonna crack a Dr. Pepper. It's like fucking early, but I think I need one today.
#2117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hear ye, hear ye.
All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes,
Good morning.
I just have one brief issue I want to raise for the court.
Okay.
I wanted to confirm whether experts in this case are permitted to watch testimony in order to prepare for rebuttal. We had asked for that
For rebuttal, like post,
responding,
for responding, okay,
in our case, for both sides.
okay. What's your position? Ms. Little, you want to?
Yes, we would.
All right. Mr. Brennan, is there any reason not to?
I need to give it some thought. I'm not willing to agree. I'll abide by whatever the court thinks is fair.
So why don't you think about it? We'll address it later today. Okay, there's no expert testimony today, right?
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sure. Is that it? Ready to bring the jury in?
That's all.
You wanted a ruling on the
I was like, wait a minute.
clip from yesterday?
I did.
All right, you can play it.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take a quick break.
Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, did I miss something? Let's take a break. That was exhausting. We're going to take a break already. It was so tiring to have to discuss all of that.
Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should say yes. Thank you very much. Will we bring Mr. Whitman back in, please? Ms. Gianetti, you can step up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Ramon.
All right. I'm curious how much he really has left with this lip smacker.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, yesterday you testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny and she didn't want to give a urine sample. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
It was clear to you that her reluctance to cooperate at that time was because she very much wanted to check on John's progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury.
Yannetti is already spicy. You could tell like he like stewed on this all night. He was like, I'm gonna fucking get him in the morning.
3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As
Better
good as
than it
today.
was now.
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her?
I love that the what if any's are having to come in through the defense team in having to relay questions.
Meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, so we, after that, I helped escort her down to, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right. No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir.
Okay.
To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Mr.
Your
Yannetti.
Honor,
Ask
may the
a
witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question. Answer.
Answer the question that's asked of you. Okay?
She's like, only I.
So go
And
ahead,
someone
ask a
did.
question.
You testified yesterday that she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample, that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period.
Holy
Yes.
shit.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times,
correct.
correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
All right. Now, in your testimony yesterday.
Okay, so this is interesting because as much as people in chat are like, we don't want to talk about her period, but we didn't know that she actually had started her period because she had blood on her hands and she said something about, I think I started my period, and Carrie told her, no, that's John's blood. And now we're actually finding out that she did. So she goes through all this and she did start her period. Talk about a crappy day. I think that would have been extremely relevant to know last time.
You discussed the topic of your memory of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation. And your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right, and direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right. So he was answering you, Mr.
My
Yannetti.
question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed? Yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
I object.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow when we were in back of the
Let me
ambulance.
try this again, sir.
So,
because
Ms.
I-
Giannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a
Of
date
course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer, in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April, no.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, no mention of
Correct.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was, yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
Right? And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And you answered yes. Recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And your answer was yes.
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road, we're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay, Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left, when we left.
Well, before you left, he meant before you left the scene.
Okay,
When
no,
you
I'm
were-
just trying to clarify.
Again, it's the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not
So,
trying to trick you.
Mr. Yannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said supposedly or asked supposedly about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking.
Not my question.
I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So
Was
just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
Was that the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the
I'm not
word
asking you
sitting?
to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry, I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statements, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her
Okay.
statements to you and your testimony about her
He's
statements
so
to you.
confused he can't even lip smack.
Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentioned the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using, she might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay, so when you testified yesterday before this jury
Yes,
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying that that might not have been accurate, correct?
it could have been a different word.
Okay, but you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said, sitting.
All right, so now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned to questions about many hours to sitting outside to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure.
Of course.
On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many hours.
So again, it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and
I agree with you guys in chat. I think that Yanetti's pushed it pretty far, but I understand why he wants to make the differentiate, like, oh my God, I can't even talk, differentiation between it being a question and a statement. But I don't know. The problem is that I don't, as a juror who's only heard from a few people and doesn't even really understand exactly what the state is necessarily saying happened that night. The only thing about this is that you can tell that the jury would be paying attention because they'd want the outcome, but do they feel like he's being too aggressive? And then I'll bring up the same point that we talked about yesterday with Brennan is, was this something that the jury was even paying attention to on direct enough where he's drawing so much more attention to it that now they are paying attention to it? I don't know. But I do think that this guy is being, I think at first he was being like coy. I don't know, that's not the right word, but he was like dumbing down his answers. Like, I don't know, I'm kind of confused. But now I think the guy is really just fucking confused. He's like, I don't even know anymore. Whatever you say, sir, like, is what I said. That's what I said. But at first, I think he was kind of going to argue back a little bit. Like, I don't know what I said. Like, what did I say? Yeah, he's purposely being evasive. I think he was, but now evasive. Thank you. But now I think he is. I think he's just like, I don't even fucking know anymore. And Bev fucking hates Yannetti. Not as much as she hates Jackson, but she talks so nice to Brennan, and then she's like such an ass to the defense team. Unless it's Little. She's typically very nice to Little.
we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside in the snow.
Perfect. No further questions.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, of course there is. Right, Crime Ghost. That's why I'm like, I know, I get it. I just don't know if it was too much. But I mean, at the end of that, I think this guy is just fucking confused. How much lip smacking do you think is going to happen now that he's back on direct?
When you were called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in-depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
Oh, shit.
Not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Okay, it doesn't matter whether it was shorter answers or not. The fact is, the very end of that testimony, he said it was a question. And yesterday, he tried to say it was a statement. Yannetti was right. This guy just didn't want to admit it. And now Brennan is going to try to act like, well, you didn't have to answer the question as in depth. That has nothing to do with anything. He said it was a question, and now he's saying it's a statement.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that one. Do you record your statements?
No.
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said the defendant told you, I'm upset if he dies, I want to die. And then you later testify last year, and you said, if my husband dies, I want to die. Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No.
Is that you
Mernon.
trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
No.
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were asked by the defendant, about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort, and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No.
Is that something you typically put everything in your report?
No, we do not write. Generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that of what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006, and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
I'm going to allow it.
Nothing to
When
do.
you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Put your career on the line?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley, you are all set, sir.
Good day, sir. Silly.
Like to play clip 5, Your Honor?
Okay, so they are getting to play it.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like I got hit by a car.
All right,
Wow.
who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean Demoulas.
We didn't even get to hear a ruling on that. I mean, it was just decided, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, she did? I missed that.
The evidence given to the court and jury in the case now guarantee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Because yesterday they were very much against it, and I agreed with the defense on that one.
Scooch in close to the microphone, thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean Demoulas. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
For 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point, were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At some point, was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And
She
does it appear to be a
mispronounced
fair
the
and
copy.
accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor.
No, because it shows how loving and
Thank you.
what a good time they were having together. She's the general manager.
Your Honor, may I play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you.
Which also happens to be the bar that the O'Keefes are suing. One of them, anyway.
Right.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night. I just want to know is this a fair and accurate depiction of what CF McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
No.
since this video was taken?
No.
No, we don't update.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Dude,
Your Honor, I have no
Hank
further
is,
questions.
he is so weird.
I have no questions.
Oh,
All right.
jeez. Okay. So that was
Like-
just to get that in.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next one's just going to be to get it in too. That's why I said it's okay. I was a little late, even though that was a waste of my time. Because there's just people here that just get stuff in. And I think the next one I saw. Oh,
Your
no.
next witness, Mr. Brennan?
So they
Is
do.
one-
There's like one or two where they just like get stuff in. They don't testify or anything really. And then
I'm surprised that wasn't just stipulated too, because I mean the defense doesn't have any issue with those being in.
well, they have to lay a foundation for them to come in, and then probably he'll show other witnesses. Now he can show them it. You know what I mean? Because it's in. but Michael Camerano or whatever.
Yeah.
I was watching, like, his had just ended, so he testifies today, and I like him a lot. So
I think we liked his wife too.
yeah, I liked them both,
Yeah.
and the Greek couple.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
Where's Peggy?
I don't know, but do you see John O'Keefe's ex-girlfriend from like 3 decades ago sitting there next to Paul?
This one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember her name, but I recognized her.
Even
We
the
never
dog
figured-
knows she's strange.
I know. It's just like, what the hell? We never figured out who that lady was from yesterday, but where's Peggy today? That's weird. I don't think Peggy's missed anything. I know
I
his
told
dad
you.
is always there, but
Turtle Boy said it's that she was a cousin, but that's all he said was it was a cousin. And I didn't ask. It's a cousin of the family or whatever.
oh, okay. So nobody relevant to really anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It is so weird.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
Also being sued.
Name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Ms. Giannetti?
No objection.
Thank you.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the Waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying to switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
What's with the glare?
No further questions.
For
Sounds like,
white
did they just
light?
pause it at a really bad spot?
All right,
Or-
Ms. Meehan,
Thank you.
Oh.
And I'll just step coming down.
Hi and bye.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
What? The trial channel just said Bev just called it a day. What?
What? Why?
Why?
So just step forward. Face the front, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That better not be true.
Good morning.
What day is it? Thursday? Like for what? Oh,
Yeah.
Please.
CH said that Hank fucked up the witnesses, and so now they adjourned for the day. So obviously, the next person, he didn't tell them to be here. What an idiot! What a waste of a day.
No.
We're gonna be Mav. We're gonna be here the entire year. He
That
should
is
have been forced to call
absolutely
somebody else.
ridiculous. No, so tomorrow they are now doing witnesses again because what does he call them? The Archer guys, they can't be there.
I mean,
So we get Camerino, and it looks like Guarino comes back on for a little while, and then
yeah, tomorrow's a half day and they're going for the View. Like what? Like this is, I've never seen people waste so much time in my entire life. Like Bev absolutely should have been like, well, Hank, you mixed up the witnesses. You need to call someone who is available right now. We're not wasting an entire day of the jury's time. Or let's go on the jury view today, so we're not wasting the jury's time.
let me just tell you, if this was the defense team, that's exactly what she would have told them.
Well, that's so annoying. Like people blocked out whole days to do this, including the jury. So I guess we'll be ending
Good
early.
morning, sir.
Yeah. I guess it's an early day. That is ridiculous to me. He didn't have any of his witnesses for this afternoon?
How is that? How is that even possible?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, did you only have one in mind and they couldn't show up? You have more than one witness that you planned on calling today. Where are the rest of them?
Tomorrow and Monday are both half days?
Tomorrow and Monday are both half days, yes. Well, Monday is a half a day for the jury. I think it's still a full day for them because that's the half a day is what they're going to do. The Archer voir dire. Yeah. And then in half a day. So, yeah, I don't know.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Mr. Camerano, can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. Then years later, our kids got involved with sports together and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. My daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just, go over like how it'll be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan,
And how about his niece?
same.
They both got accepted to
They
the
both
same
got
school?
accepted to the same school.
You already said
Was
that.
it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately, you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your two daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
No, just the two girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation? for
Yes,
the
it was an
next morning?
expectation. Yes,
And what was that?
that there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When
Storm
you
was-
left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
That's the feeling.
No, we left. We left together. John got in my car, and we were leaving. We're going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls are in the house. Stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
Kurt.
The friend.
Yes.
What was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
You didn't see any issues?
No.
It was a normal night,
Seemed to be, yes.
as far as you could see.
Yes.
And you saw John drinking.
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
Yeah.
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in a backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh shit.
Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, in between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't.
This is Mike I'm going to say his last name wrong, probably Camarino. He is the guy that was out at the bar at CF McCarthy's with John when Karen shows up. So he was friends with John for about 7-8 years at the time. And they were pretty close friends, and their daughters were like best friends.
Go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline,
Did you go?
at John's house.
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door
Okay.
and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where'd you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Yes.
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls
Who were the missed phone calls from?
from my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked
Why did you go to John's house?
because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes,
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Yes,
Where are you going?
to my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
100.
Asked Madeline and Kaylee if I'd say, Madeline, will you come for the ride? I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car, and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
Aw.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes,
Many?
there was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So they didn't ask this time. This guy makes me sad. He does seem a lot more nervous than the first time he testified last year. But this is the guy that when he goes to pick up Kaylee and the garage doors open, the snow is actually going inside the garage. And he knows that would really frustrate John. So he actually takes the time to clean out the snow from inside the garage so that when John comes home, he won't be upset that there was snow in the garage because the garage door was left open just a little bit. They didn't talk about that, but I think that's what stuck out to me about him was like just I don't know. He just seems like such a good guy. Not sure, misbehaved. I wasn't planning on it, but now that we don't have trial, I don't know.
Good morning, Mr. Cameron.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes,
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
was close with them, yes.
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
Correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so,
Sounds correct.
and you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often.
Yes.
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
Correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes.
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
They did go to the Cape, yes.
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field.
Correct.
And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
Correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes.
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen.
Yes.
You saw how they got along.
Yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes. I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. We will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he'd complain if, Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen.
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and you wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No,
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay.
And
But in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
yes,
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so.
yes, I guess if
And-
that's the time.
And you saw an affection.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after you'd
Yes.
gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes,
You saw them kiss, right?
yes,
You saw John put his arm around Karen,
correct,
and you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace.
correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes,
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
they did.
That night they were affectionate,
Yes,
laughing,
yes,
happy,
yes,
like a normal couple.
yes.
No arguments.
No,
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
no,
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any redirect?
Here comes Hank with the whole behind closed doors argument.
Oh, yeah.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No,
What?
Hank's a
Do you
loser.
know whether or not they texted each other that day?
no, that day, no.
Well, he knew about the
Or whether or
plumber.
not there was any arguments that day?
I'll allow it.
Not to my, no, I don't know if they were, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know
know.
if there's any vulgarities that day?
No,
Yeah, I cuss at you
Any
every day.
vulgarities that
I do. I sit here and I cuss at everybody. Does that mean I'm going to kill you all?
Well, I mean, I cuss, so it's kind of, I mean, I don't know. I guess if I cuss today and then you die, I guess they'll use it against me. But yesterday when I cussed and you didn't die, I don't know if that counts for anything. Don't die today, okay, Sleuthie?
Okay. Just watch your mouth tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about this. Be more cognizant of my vulgarities.
no, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Do you know that, sir?
No,
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
I'll allow it.
I mean, I mean, Karen wouldn't they did everything together, a lot of things together. And
Karen wouldn't let?
I thought at times, yeah, you could see, she didn't want other women around John.
Okay, pause.
No, not
Yeah, I don't want fucking other women around John either. Look at the type
Yeah.
of women that he was around.
Exactly. And look how they acted towards him, calling him daddy and grandfather and hugging and kissing. And you could tell, half of them, you could tell were in love with them and they
Yeah.
were possessive over him. If I was Karen, I wouldn't have wanted him around them either.
Fuck no. I don't know if I wouldn't call that jealous. I'd call that protecting my own shit.
Yeah.
Back the fuck up, otherwise you're gonna cause me to go to jail. Wouldn't be John that was killed.
That, but
Thank you.
Right.
Any follow-up? All right, Mr. Cameron, you're all set, sir. I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar. Such a douche nozzle. Bye, Mike. I love you. Take care. They're jealous of her because she was free as a bird. She was financially independent. She had John's attention for the second time in her life. They didn't like her. They didn't want her around John. A douche nozzle. And Karen doesn't seem like the type of girl that has a lot of girlfriends. Anyway. True.
Follow me, please.
Sure, you can have a seat. I'll remind you you're still in your room.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, we saw you fake limping, Nick. We saw you fake.
So yesterday we talked about
How you walk
downloading
fine, sir.
phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Guarino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's
Hi,
correct.
Kim.
You
Love you,
explained to
Kim.
us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yes. So the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can
Hi, Michael.
take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep. So in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 20th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data, the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. I'd like to move this as an exhibit, please.
So,
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare to make sure we have the same.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Consent.
okay.
No objection.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm good.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'd move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 24.
Yeah, Joanna, this is him. With that turtle boy saw outside the courtroom who apparently wasn't limping outside the courtroom, just inside. It's 20 minutes of this, just entering exhibits. What should I?
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Then yeah, I just love you.
None of your business.
I know.
That's such a perfect response.
And she's so fucking quick though. She's just
Just the two of you.
her brain is just so quick witted.
Yes,
I
go ahead.
fucking love it. So we never heard what actually was going on with the PowerPoint. Did they end up like, are they actually using this PowerPoint or just pieces of it that they're able to go through in the time that they've had?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. You're welcome.
Sir, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes. This is
Oh,
this
it's
is
coming.
the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on 29th to on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search of Cellbrite. You match their data, pull up all of their conversations.
Yes, that's
Out of
correct.
chat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd move to introduce this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
25.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same?
Michael, he testified yesterday. So they're having this witness come back essentially like every day to to do certain text messages based on what the Commonwealth wants to talk about that day. So they're going to have him come back over and over again. Unless they figured it out, because that's what there was this 100-page PowerPoint of information. And I don't know what they ended up at. He was like, I'll have him come back, all the time if I have to do that. We never heard what the result of Bev's ruling was, though, Sleuthie.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. But this is Nick's second time up. The first time he laid the foundation, basically.
Yeah.
For
who got the cell phones, how he got the cell phones, and all that stuff.
Except we still don't know how Proctor, like you'd think you'd have to start at level 1.
We don't know
before
that
you get
one.
to level 3, and we don't know level 1. We only know that it miraculously appeared.
We don't know level 2, and then we know level 3. Because Carrie got the phone.
I don't believe Carrie got the phone. So
Wow.
I'm still missing level 1. I believe that somehow Michael Proctor got it and it miraculously appeared, I don't know, maybe in a box in a drawer in his desk, but he miraculously got the phone and then he gave it to Nick Barino, but I don't know. I do not believe that Carrie had that phone, and I don't know who she gave it to.
Well, that was another thing the defense didn't do yesterday, though, when they had Carrie on the stand, was actually talking about that video and the fact that there's no way she could have found the phone when she's saying she found the phone. But I think they wanted to get her on the perjury stuff, so.
They also didn't, and by they, I mean like Hank didn't this time like Lally did. So like by the time they got to Carrie last time for the last trial, Lally had already put up literally every single person that was present outside that house that morning.
Mm-hmm.
And all of them were asked by the defense if somebody handed them a phone, if Carrie Roberts had handed them John O'Keefe's phone, and they hadn't. And so by the time you got to Carrie could say, well, I just gave it to one of the officers on scene. But all of them already testified and said nobody handed them a phone. Whereas here, we don't have all of that. So her saying, I just gave it to someone, like the jury
doesn't know who she gave it to.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there were only like 3. So it's like, okay, so you knew Mike Lank. You didn't give it to him, did you? Okay. The other one was Seraph. He was fat. Did you give it to a big fat guy? No? Okay. So then it must have been the other guy. Like there weren't that many people there, you know,
right.
And they all looked they all look different. So
and she knew some of them.
And I almost remember Jen. I thought Jen said it might have been a female. I can't remember. I'm still so annoyed that this is not a full day.
I know. I am too, especially since I woke up to do this.
Yeah, you did. I'm glad we didn't wake up early.
Right? Well, that's how I felt the first day too. I was like, see, this is why I don't want to wake up early. That would have sucked.
Yeah.
Now it's like, now I'm gonna have to go do other shit today. But I wasn't planning on doing today. But I can't
Michael, we don't know.
Just do another live and just do nothing. Just sit on it. Like, I'm sorry, I'm still live. I can't do anything for you guys still.
And it's like the middle of the day. Like when we start, it's like I've already been up for hours when we start.
Yeah.
And so like I did all my shit to take up my time. But, yeah. So like I don't know.
Indiana girl will be happy. She's like, yes, I can finally catch up on the notes. All right, here we go. That was a nice freeze frame.
With calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document, sir. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I get all the dates correct. Just for January 29th, 2022.
Good evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 26.
Oh, he's gonna read the text. So gross. I was kind of hoping that we could like
not have them put the text into evidence.
like, can we just not? Like, you're you're playing these clips, which I'm beginning to think really are like not gonna play out well for Karen with the jury.
Right.
Like the fact that they're only like 5-second clips, like these random at random times, completely out of context, like 5-second clips of her saying something is just, it's weird to me, but I think that it's gonna affect the jury, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious.
But like reading these texts, like there's nothing in those. We saw all the texts. There's nothing in those texts that's a big deal.
He reads like the first 6 pages and then they do the PowerPoint. Okay.
Well, Michael, last trial, by they, I mean the jury, basically thought that ARCA had no, like they thought might have been from, they were trying to figure out where they were from. Like, are they from her car insurance company? And you know what I found interesting, Teresa?
What?
In that first trial, when Ronnie, is that his name? The juror, one of the jurors, he did the interview afterwards. He said that they thought it might have been her car insurance company. They thought that ARCA might have been hired by Turtle Boy.
What?
Yeah. And I thought, why would you all think, first of all, they would know about Turtle Boy because the harassment came in and Jen said Turtle Boy specifically. But you really think that the blogger hired these people for the defense so they could come and be independent? Like, it just seemed really strange to me that they would be suspicious that Turtle Boy hired them when they got, even after they got up there and said that they worked for the government and like in the NFL.
I heard Turtle Boy staged the moon landing.
I agree with CH.
Well, so Michael, I think that as of right now, the Commonwealth is trying to overcome that by continuously up until the first day of trial and probably here on out, because now we're getting a voir dire on Monday of the ARCA guys that wasn't actually supposed to be or necessary because Hanky keeps filing to have it so that they cannot testify. I think that's how he's going to try to overcome.
Yeah.
That John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and that John O'Keefe did not hit a car.
Oh, Michael, I guess you're probably not watching, but he basically brought up, was that the first day of trial where he brought this up and he was whining about it?
Yeah.
So he wants them excluded entirely.
Yep.
Because, I mean, there's one part of the reason is because he's scared that they're going to get on the stand and say something he's not prepared to basically rebut. And he literally says in open court that that wouldn't be fair to him because essentially they wouldn't be able to change their theory in order to meet what ARCA is saying didn't happen. And so trial started and he's going on about text messages because he has no evidence.
He wants Elizabeth Little's text messages with the ARCA guy.
Yeah. And he has no evidence, but he's like, they gave like 100 text messages and 99 text messages, but I know there's more than that and they haven't turned them over. So now ARCA has to come from Pennsylvania because Hank insists that there's additional communications that exist that they're saying doesn't. And now ARCA has to bring all of their communications with the defense team. Like, so he's not just trying to get them out because they're not qualified, which we know is not true. Or really even about what's in their report. It's like he's picking at literally anything to get it so that they're not coming in at all. But he's not afraid of them, and he wants them to come in, he says. He doesn't want them excluded, but he wants them excluded.
But he wants them. Yeah, as soon as she rules that they stay, he finds another way to file to get rid of them. And
Yep.
then she says they stay, and then he finds another way to file so that she can get rid of them. I mean, to say that you want them, he's just such a liar anyway. It's just, he's so fucking gross.
Exactly what CH just said. If Brennan holds the truth, what is he meant to seek? How will anything the defense say change the truth? It's so ridiculous. I agree with that.
Yep.
Lacey, I hope they bring in like an
Do a
actual
file extract.
I hope they bring in like an actual reconstruction or something this time. They were very limited last time because they were still like under the feds, basically. They were under protective order. They could only share what they had shared.
Right. But now they're hired by the defense. So
yeah. So I'm hoping that we get to like see experiments. Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? You know, they probably make the coolest experiments.
Well, that's what they're doing. And so that's what she said. Since they're going to be there Monday, they have to have that done before they show up for voir dire. That's what she was telling Elizabeth. And Elizabeth's like, I don't know. I don't even know what parts and stuff that they still needed to know what, like, they can do that. But okay, I'll do my best.
But to be clear, the tests that they're running are not like their tests. It's, we already created our report very long ago. We've already done our testing and we literally already testified about it in court multiple times.
Right.
This is Hank decided very late in the game to have an expert do their experiments and testing. And so the defense, now that they have hired these people and are actually able to provide them other information and get more information from them, they went on to give ARCA the stuff from Hank's expert. And so the testing that they may be doing is like, it's like rebuttal to the Commonwealth expert, if that makes sense. It's not like they decided to do something new yesterday. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, you know what? I had this idea and maybe we should try this. Like they're trying to, I don't think rebut is the word that I'm thinking of, but maybe it is.
Discredit?
Well, it's just like,
I think rebuttal works.
Yeah, it's just in response to whatever it is that Hank just now provided. So to say like, Hank will get up there and be like, I knew they were going to wait this long before they give anything. And now it'll be the middle of trial and they'll be on the stand and they're going to say something I know nothing about. And it's like, how are you not understanding that you just turned your shit over? And they're using the shit you just turned over to do whatever they're doing now. They couldn't have done it until you turned your stuff. Like, how are they going to do what they're doing now without your stuff? That's the whole reason they're doing things.
Right. Well, that's because he's playing games with the stuff. So, well.
None yet. It's not. I wish it was. If we don't see Trooper Paul, I'm going to be so upset.
Well, he's on the list. Trooper Paul's
He must.
He's another douche nozzle. God.
Do you think they've spent the last year putting him in like public speaking classes and like having him memorize terms and stuff or whatever?
They probably did, but he's not going to be able to do it.
That was the most like, I was rewatching with that verdict Mel. She's actually really funny. And I was cringing. It is the most uncomfortable. Like I almost feel bad, but then I also feel angry because I'm like, why you're convicting people with people like this?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I felt bad for thinking he's just so dumb. Like, and then I'm like, oh, I'm being really mean. Like maybe he's like, you know, like slow or something. And I'm thinking, well, then why does he have a job doing this? He's not slow. He's fine. And it was just the most, I had so much secondhand embarrassment. Like,
I like that you're arguing with yourself about it.
I was like, Nicole, I I was like, listen to this dumb motherfucker. Who gave this man a job? And then I was like, Nicole, stop it. That's not nice. Like, maybe he was one of the people they hired when they say, like, hey, we give everybody an opportunity, even the people with disabilities. But he is something else.
Oh,
People are like, oh, he like stutters or something. I'm like, oh, does he? Like, okay, like, you know, like that's supposed to negate everything that he said. It's okay, he's stupid because he has a stutter.
you're like,
No.
Nicole, that's just not nice, okay? Like, let's just give this guy a chance.
But then I'd give him a chance and he'd be like, do you know what physics is? And he's like, the study of things.
Right.
Or like when he's asking him about whatever, I remember the term was acceleration, but he's like, do you remember, or he's like, do you know what the term is for basically when something, oh, this is my words, basically like when something moves, when something goes forward at you know, and it goes faster or whatever. And he's like, speed. He's like, Jackson's like, acceleration. Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
He learned it in his math class.
He wasn't sure though. He'd have to go back and see what they studied in that class.
Not for nothing, but if anybody hasn't seen that, like if you were going to try to, that is a huge spider.
Oh.
If you,
Yeah.
ugh, they're disgusting. Sorry, I'm like looking around trying to find something. Of course, my broom is in there.
Know that shit. We should rewatch Trooper Paul's Cross.
We absolutely should. That's what I was going to say. Is if
I'm like, we could do that.
Especially for the people that have never seen him before. Oh my God.
It's just fun anyway. And then you could have a whole new conversation with yourself about it.
I could.
Like, Nicole passed. You were right when you said.
Don't say it, Nicole. Nicole.
Don't say it, Nicole.
I feel like I find myself doing that multiple times a day. Like when I'm out in public, I think something. I'm like, Nicole.
Just don't
Don't
it.
say it. It's one thing to think it. It's another thing to say it. Keep it in your brain.
Did you know that not everybody in the world has internal dialogue in their brain?
What?
Yeah. Yeah. I just
learned this,
I just learned this recently. That
How
not everybody has internal dialogue.
How would you expect anyone to want to talk to you if you don't want to talk to you?
I don't know. I was like, is that really like a thing? Like,
I don't believe that.
I don't know. I was like, I
I'll have
can't
to look it up.
imagine. You'll have to do some research on it.
Sometimes I think I say things in my head and I actually say them out loud. Do you ever do that?
Oh, fuck yeah.
And then I'll be like, did I just say that?
I'm like, was that out loud?
Oopsie. No,
Yeah.
since we have plenty of time, we should do that. We should do something to put a one in the chat if you think that we should do that today, is watch Trooper Not So Sure, Trooper Dumbass, Trooper The Crime Scene Talk to Me. See, they don't get all the jokes, but they will. You want to know what we know.
And one day you will. But today, well, today might be that day.
It might be the day. Let's get through this boring loser. He's so boring. We're trying to talk ourselves into it.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Well, now I'm excited if we're gonna watch Trooper Paul. I'm gonna have to go find the cross. I'm gonna have
to find a what are them heavy blankets that you put on that are meant to be like soothing?
The weighted
weighted blanket.
Yeah, and so you just sit there and rock back and forth.
Yeah. And put your glasses on because his head has a bit of a glare.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, they went through all the bald ones back to back in the other trial.
Action and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Getting you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yeah, this guy doesn't
Yes,
have
this is
internal
the-
dialogue either. He just says what he just says what he wants. Like last time, he's like, "Just kill me, kill me, kill me now." Hey, free Karen Reed. Oh my God, I have seen that so many times, and it never gets any more uncomfortable. It actually gets worse. I show his testimony to the new FKRBs like a training session. Sit down, everybody. We're gonna go through this today, and you're gonna understand why we're here. Cooper, let me know what it says. Let me know what it says.
The text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
Do I move this into evidence?
Okay, Mr. Lessie?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I guess I didn't realize she ordered it to be due tomorrow. All the stuff from the Archer people, it has to come in tomorrow. I thought it was Monday. Maybe it's just tomorrow before they testify Monday. I don't know. That would be weird to say it
It has
that
to
way.
come in before their testimony, so he has time to review it.
Yeah, but the order, yeah, I know, but I just thought that she said, because she didn't bring it up when they were going to do it tomorrow, and then when they changed it to Monday, she brought it up. Like, okay, well, if they're going to do this Monday and we're not going to do it Friday, then they're going to have it all in. I don't know. So I guess I just assumed that it would be by Monday, but the order actually says it all has to be by tomorrow. So
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they.
I'm totally interrupting this guy like way too many times, but I don't care. So Cooper said they looked it up on with AI, and it is true that not everybody has internal dialogue.
Well, then I'm just special.
I still think it's crazy, but now I'm wondering if that's like part of the issue that those of us over here with internal dialogue have with all those idiots that they can't work things out in their own brain.
Oh, that makes sense. Like, maybe run it by yourself and you'll understand it don't make sense.
Right.
Interesting.
Does anybody
have to-
here not have internal dialogue?
I was going to say, now we have to ask all those people, like, if they have or don't have internal dialogue.
I mean, things are becoming more clear. Now, that's going to be like the new insult. Like when we're watching a trial, we're like, this guy does not have any internal dialogue.
If called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what it is?
It's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022. It looks like everyone she called.
Introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 28.
He's the
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes.
That's fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thanks to the trial channel, the new spreadsheet has everything broken down so we can find trooper calls really easily.
This document, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence.
Wait,
No
does
objection,
not,
Your Honor.
Cooper, does not everybody see images? Is that also a thing? Cooper's doing all this research. Now I'm like invested. Does not everybody see images?
If you don't have internal dialogue, then do you also not have a conscience? Because I feel like that is internal dialogue. Because if you have a conscience, then I feel like you do have internal dialogue.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
If you're gonna hang out here, Lacey, you got to be able to keep up. My brain's all over the place. I never thought I was ADD, but maybe I should have some internal dialogue and figure out if I am.
Oh, I am for sure. And I'm not the one who diagnosed me. In fact, they stick all those little stickies to your head and this is how it used to be back in the day. Now I kind of feel like everybody, they say, oh, you have trouble paying attention, then maybe you have ADD. But anyway, back in the day, we used to have to go see an actual neurologist and they would do testing where they'd put little electrodes like all over your head and then ask you questions. Me either, Kim. I don't understand how someone could not have an internal dialogue. But they'd like ask you questions and then they see your brain activity and like what parts of it light up when they should be, and then when other ones light up when they shouldn't be. And as a little side note.
Weird.
But I don't know how much they know because they also, I thought I would grow out of it too. And I haven't. I'm like, am I not too old for this? Like, what is happening?
So I guess, does everybody with internal dialogue also see images? Or is that two separate things?
I have no idea what you're talking about, seeing images.
Well, I'm like recalling okay, so if I said, what were you wearing on
memory?
I don't know. Like that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like if I'm telling you a story and I remember something that happened in the past, like I picture it in my head as I'm telling you it. Is that what you're talking about?
No, okay, so it was that those that don't have internal dialogue think with abstract concepts, images, feelings, and sensations without a verbal stream.
I don't get it.
Okay, so people who don't have internal dialogue are looking at things.
I was pointing to my head.
Like in color, essentially, versus in writing. But I see images. I don't know. This is going to be something I'm going to have to look more into. Yes. When I'm reading a book, I can absolutely see the places and the characters in my head. Especially the spicy books. Yeah, this is all interesting. Like I said, I had just learned about this internal dialogue thing. Look up the aphantasia. I'll look it up. I'll look it up while we listen to boring.
Yeah, let's finish him so we can go into something that'll make us laugh.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's just bugging me, bro.
Like I sing songs to myself too. Like when I see him, I think of the song Percocet.
Did you isolate calls between
What song? Do it again. Do it again.
I feel like he's sitting there thinking, I don't even know what the actual name of the song is, but I feel like he's sitting there singing the song in his head, Percocet, Molly Percocet. You ever heard that song? Now when you look at him, just picture him singing that in his head over and over again. I feel like that's what he's doing.
Just kill me. Kill me now.
defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 22?
Yes, I did.
See, he's thinking it right now.
Can I see the last exhibit, please? Thank you, sir. I asked you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022. Yes,
And that's a report you created.
yes, it is.
Your Honor, listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
See, I'm staring.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is it. Mask off.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what that is?
This is text messages between the defendant and Carrie Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
I would move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
Okay.
Bev, we didn't need an explanation. Just
Okay. Facts, Beam. Facts.
So do you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I
Who's
approach?
Ingrid?
He's so fucking boring. Should I speed him up?
Yes, please. Yes. Also, who is Ingrid?
Where'd that come from?
He just said there's texts with someone named Ingrid between Karen and Ingrid.
Take a look at this document. Do you recognize
I don't
it?
remember an Ingrid.
Yes.
What do you mean 1.5?
This is a text conversation between the defendant and looks like a group chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Did you make it?
Ingrid Curtis.
Ingrid Curtis
Who are you?
and Bill Curtis.
Yes, low light.
Curtis sounds familiar, but I'm trying to think that I might be just messing it up.
Okay, Kim, come back to watch Trooper Paul.
Yes, this is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you. I move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hey, Susie.
Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Yeah. Who they be?
If the Honor would permit.
People are gonna be like, I'm not watching this fucking trial with Teresa and Sleuthie anymore. She can't even let this guy finish a fucking sentence.
He's just so boring. We're trying.
So who are they?
I don't know. I was just writing it down. Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Okay, I feel like Curtis is familiar, but I think I might be messing it up with Kurt.
I think so.
Okay, jurors, what we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now. and We'll take 20 minutes.
Let's take a
to
fucking
have
recess.
proceeding.
Why are we even taking a recess when we know you don't have any fucking witnesses?
How long is that recess?
Oh my gosh, it's a while. Oh, they're still on recess.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
All right, ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay.
Why is it in a what?
Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right.
What is it, like a zip drive, a thumb drive?
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yeah, so I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29, 2022.
Yes, it also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
Normal people use a
that
spreadsheet.
PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And other additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, John?
Yes.
Handing you a folder, sir. Can you take a look at it? Let's know if you recognize what's in it.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and at the beginning there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
For permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours, and then we'll begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if you have another copy if you don't have it.
All right, I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours, the ones that we discussed at sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Okay, thank you.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I misspelled things or state things. Start time. All right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right. This is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to defendant. I'm sorry. This has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This is sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them - nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know. I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:14:12 a.m. on the 28th. Defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:21:36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. It's true. I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12:31:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12:31:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself.
Us.
That's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th.
Why aren't you showing us?
The defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We're all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe.
Now, why
maybe
are
you
they
can call
putting this
someone.
up on the screen?
1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you made a whole ass PowerPoint. Why are they not being shown? Because, like, he keeps saying these times, and, like, I don't even know the times. Is he saying the time they were sent before they were sent or after it was sent? Like, which times correlate to which one? Just put it up on the screen.
Yeah.
And it, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. What time are you coming here?
Oh, that's so
1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the
Seriously?
defendant, it's,
Why does he
another-
have to read them all before they do that?
Why would they do that twice?
See, everybody, she said, I'm just now aware y'all are talking about rewatching Paul's Cross. As much as I have shit to do, I wouldn't miss that for anything. How did he land here? He just did.
It does like the nice ones off screen, then the incriminating are on the screen.
What
There's
incriminating?
no way there's not an objection on that. Like, that's ridiculous.
These are nice ones. Because she says nice things about John.
From the
To John.
defendant to John O'Keefe. I
Yeah,
don't know what time.
nice
Feel
guy.
kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head. 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay. 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later. 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure. 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to, oh, no, it's cut off, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That must be where the,
Would it be helpful if I take it out of the binder?
I believe it, yeah, it goes to the next one, so I'll start. Yeah, I'm sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
At your leisure.
Okay. The phone call, text messages. We'll start with the first slide. This is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. He said, I'm sorry, and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, 33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know, 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. Phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's again answered. At 1, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 p.m., the defendant calls John and the call is rejected.
I'm going to have to cross-reference this with my.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing. I was like, are they going to enter anything that wasn't the same?
Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Greeno, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yeah, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail
Fuck
button.
you button.
For the call.
The fuck you button. It's called the fuck you button.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
So just in case it's going too
John O'Keefe to the
fast for
defendant,
anybody,
Stop.
I know that like we can read the text itself really quick, but in case it's going too fast for anybody's eyes, like in the chat, the green is always John and the blue is Karen.
Good point.
Lacey.
Calling. 2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th.
That was my impression
John O'Keefe,
too.
why would you
Read them
start with me
all.
this morning? 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end. 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you'll never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji. 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me. 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. The defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant. I'm not answering. Stop calling. 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Kaylee is right here. 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. You start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. The defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. No, Karen. Not sure why you need to announce that you're going. Not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. Have to take him to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. My father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things, and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 20th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe. You seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered, and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe, the defendant, sends an emoji at 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m.
Who was on his couch? Who is the 72-year-old on his couch? Why was he on his couch? He slept there a lot, apparently. Miss Turtle Boy, dressed in his old man suit. Oh, I thought it meant like he was like sleeping, like he was like living there, like staying there, like sleeping there. To get away from Peggy.
On the 28th. John O'Keefe to defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe. So do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one. 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home. 4:50:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay. 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids. Excuse me. I think it's clear me around with the kids. Around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th.
Hey, Bob.
The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you.
We'll do this one for Bob. Hold on. There you go, Bob.
You out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story, and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while, and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really, emoji. 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji. 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out. 5:17:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, going to send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:19:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump. 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago. 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill. 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what?
Oh, so a couple of you guys have asked. This is the day that they're about to go out. So this is Colin is Mike Camerino's son that Patrick is going to go have the sleepover with. No, not Mike Camerino's son. I apologize. That's not right. Maddie is Mike Camerino's daughter. Colin is Patrick's friend that he goes to have the sleepover with.
But FB, 5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years, 5:33:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe, 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Carrie texted that they're headed out in a bit, 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay, 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where, 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them, 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th.
Is that Carrie Roberts?
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option, wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink, 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over at Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by, 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too, 6:39:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere, 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know, 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this, 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th.
I get why
From the defendant to John O'Keefe,
I get why he's frustrated at this point now. He's like, I already told you to come over like 6 times, and you keep trying to change what we're doing until I say what you want me to say. Like, I see his frustration at this point, but he's just very standoffish. Like, do you actually want her there? I don't know. I can understand why he didn't, or why she didn't feel like he wanted her there.
I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving. Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:46:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's, 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield, 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave, still waiting on McKinney's, 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look, 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you're trying to piss me off, 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot, 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th.
Okay, it sounds like he's the
From the
jealous
defendant
one.
to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower.
I was a little jealous. Sounds like hope your plumber's hot. There's not really a lot of hot plumbers. I mean, I guess there's some, but that's weird. Okay.
Only got lukewarm, and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road, 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up, 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th.
Mm-hmm.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight. 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower. 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow. No driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming. 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th.
No.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji. 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you may have to get Michael. 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, still here with an emoji. 8:09:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji. 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here. 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need? 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted. An emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, on the water heater. 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m., 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road, 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive, 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't, 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday, 8:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday, 8:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there, 8:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I too know I can take a hot shower there here if I need to, 8:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday, 8:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing, 8:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it, 8:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now, 8:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere, 8:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM, 8:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave, 8:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, he says sure, 8:34 p.m. on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
Now he's irritated that she's still not there, and he's irritated that she's not going to spend the night, and that she's going to try to drive home.
We're almost done, sir.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, I'd ask us to release Trooper Garino and recall him at a later date.
Yes, all right. There's no objection, Mr. Leslie, correct?
No objection, subject to the
Yes, all right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's a great question. What do you guys think? Is John still into her, or is he not into her? Like, I can't, like, where in just reading the text messages, what do you get? Where do you land with that? Hi, Janet. It's tough because it's like, I don't think that he has the patience to deal with her emotions, but he still wants her around and doesn't want her to leave. And then he's irritated that she's having a hot plumber come over, and I think he's just sick of he's into her, just sick of bickering. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting dynamic. I don't think that their relationship was what I would call a healthy relationship, but I mean, shit, who am I to talk? Seemed he used her once, wants to sleep with her still. Yeah, and he's just like, can you just stop talking? But then he's like pissed. Even if he just wants to sleep with her, why is he pissed that like she wouldn't have him fix her water heater? Instead, she calls somebody else. Like, that's a weird thing too. That's not something you would give two shits about with somebody you just want to sleep with. Because he's territorial. It's emasculating to him. Interesting. I think she was way more into him and she was useful to him. Yeah, but do you care if you're emasculated by the chick that you're just banging? Like, that's all you care about. So why would you want to go out of your way to do anything for her when you just want to bang her? That's true, Sleuthie. That's a good point. He's a masculine cop. He's super territorial. These guys are such a turn off to me. He doesn't want her, but he doesn't want her with anyone else. After 2 years, yeah, okay. John was totally into her. He was taking his frustrations out on her about the responsibility of parenting. Right, you normally don't call a law enforcement officer to come do your plumbing. I don't know. I don't know. I think that we would definitely need more outside of that, but I mean, he's saying they've been bickering like this for a couple of weeks. I think they probably liked each other, but could not communicate well. I agree with this. I think John liked the attention that he got from women. You have to realize that he was hungover, and you're totally different when you're hungover. Yeah, I mean, you're just exhausted and don't want to deal with it. Would you call Papa and a permanently drunk cop to fix your plumbing? I don't care what anybody says. All these people have a fucking issue with alcohol. Like, they want to make it like just like Karen has an issue with alcohol. All these people in Canton, Mass have an issue with alcohol that are involved in this fucking case. The cops, the victim, the defendant, the families, they all care about is drinking. It's a constant, like, where are we drinking? Where are we drinking? Where are you drinking?
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar? Okay. Yes.
I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Oh, great, more clips.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
What happened to clip 6? We didn't get to see that one, right? Or did we see a 6?
When you walk out of the bar, how many drinks have you had?
I have had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips after waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
So you had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count summers. The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks, I didn't touch.
Damn. Damn. I mean, it is. She had 7 or 8 double drinks, but she's saying they're not technically double because they didn't put anything in there in the first place. So she had 3 vodka tonics, and then the 4th one she takes to Waterfall and doesn't drink, and then gets another drink there that she doesn't drink, and then there's another shot there. So she's essentially saying she had like 4, and if you want to count it as 5 because she took some sips out of these other ones, that she had like 4 or 5 like drinks / shots of vodka.
Here's my thing though. It doesn't matter to me in the sense that she's not charged with just drinking and driving, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the issue still is the Commonwealth proving that he was even hit by the car.
Right, but I still don't think it looks good for her. I just don't think it looks good for her.
Well, it doesn't. However, so like if I'm a juror and they have like their list of the elements of the crime or whatever, you can get to that she was drinking, but you have to be able to square up the injuries somehow. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like you'll have the Commonwealth's medical examiner and she can't say that he was hit by a car, but she does say about blunt force trauma, which one could attribute to getting hit by a car. So if that alone was all you were going to consider, then yeah, I could see you being able to vote guilty for whichever one of the counts is basically hitting him and leaving him.
Right.
But I don't see, and maybe it's because I only have Trooper Paul's testimony in terms of that situation, like how he was hit and stuff, which is why I just don't believe it. And then you have Arca saying there's no way that that's what happened.
Right.
Like maybe these people in this trial will have a different explanation. And then maybe that will make sense. I just think in general, these clips are just not good for Karen, period. I mean, any of them, because of how they're being played and the fact that they're just being played.
Right.
Like they shouldn't have any clip. Like I'm almost wondering if they are going to feel pigeonholed to the point where they're going to have to put her on the stand.
Put Gretchen Voss on the stand. Put what's his name from 2020 on the stand. Play whatever the fuck you want to play.
Yeah, but I just think that I guarantee you they're heavily weighing whether she needs to now get up there and clear this stuff up.
Yeah, but she's not likable.
I know. It'd be taking a chance. It would really just depend on how they feel, towards the end of it, because she would probably be the last one to testify. But they're going to have to weigh whether all of these clips together, and see, they can see the jurors. So they can see how they're.
Some people are like, she's going to need to testify. Other people are like, she cannot testify.
I mean, I think if we're talking about which things we think are good ideas or not, I personally am against really anybody testifying. And I think her in particular, she might rub people the wrong way.
Right.
And I also think
I think that I would like Karen Reed. Like for me, like my personality, but she does not come across as a likable person to anybody who's not like, if you just like are watching her face, like in that like when she's talking right there about how many drinks she had, she talks with like a smirk on her face, but that's how she always talks. And that's just how that is her face. And it's how it is. but I don't see somebody who has not known anything about her or watched her to be able to say that they think that the face that she makes, plus we talked about yesterday with like her resting bitch face. I just don't think she comes across as somebody that's necessarily likable.
Yeah, I think if she gets up there and she like can't control her face, the
Yeah.
smiling or the looks and stuff, and I think that she wouldn't be able to control it. And she's not directly had to speak to Hank. Like
No.
she may have been able to handle Lally better, but I could see Hank getting like under her skin, and I just don't.
It's under my skin.
Yeah. Oh, well, me too. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I keep going back to like trying to think of this like as a juror watching this case. We don't even understand anything that fucking happened that night. We don't have any idea what they're even claiming happened to him.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just a whole, it's so, like, I'm really curious for any of you guys. It's tough because I have such a biased opinion. And if your first time watching it here with me is the first time you're watching it, I don't know. I'd be very curious to talk to somebody who's like watching it like on court TV for the very first time and to see what they think. Lowlight's mom, maybe. Because Lowlight's mom is watching and she thinks that she's guilty, but I don't know what she knew of the case beforehand. Because I can't understand the order of how he's doing things and if that's coming across fluid to a jury or if they're just like, what is this? What are we even talking about? Why is this even, what? Who, what? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think even someone who generally is a likable person in a situation like this, the traits that make them likable to people might make them not likable to a jury.
Right. Yeah, I just worry about like Carla. I know Carla and Lacey did not watch the first trial. They're both new to it this time. I just worry because I know you guys have been watching here with me and Sleuthie. And at this point, if you had watched the first trial with me, I don't feel like I was biased at all. But now I'm like so biased that I don't know if I can present it unbiased. Do you know what I mean? To give you guys that opportunity. So you're going to have to fight against the grain if you're watching it here.
I mean, the way that I feel is that she had a whole ass trial and they weren't able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's literally why we're here.
Right.
And
the fact that the physics said that John O'Keefe was not hit by that car and that John O'Keefe did not hit that car, that's it for me. That was it for me. You can take all this other mumbo jumbo bullshit. They literally say it's physically impossible for her to have hit him with that car. That's it.
I think also they should stress here, because it seemed to have been lost on people in a sense that I think they should stress a little better maybe. But then again, maybe if people did have internal dialogue, they would have been able to sort this out. But when they testified, what they were saying was essentially it's not that he wasn't hit by something or even technically like hit by a car. What they said is that had John been hit by Karen's car at the speed that the Commonwealth is saying that she was going, both him and the taillight would have more damage to each other.
Yeah.
And they're saying that if it happened the way the Commonwealth, so basically what it comes down to is if she hit him, if she reversed into him the way that they're saying she did, even if technically he hit another portion of the car, let's say he didn't get hit by the taillight on, clipped. Let's say he got hit directly in the back of the car in the middle. Regardless of anything, he would have had more damage on his body and Karen's car would have had more damage on it.
Crime Ghost says, if I was on the jury, I would be wondering why she has so many lawyers. It's an interesting point. I mean, she's got 4 of them sitting at the table with her. Carla, this is also interesting, is I have no opinion on guilt or innocence because I need to figure out how he died. And
You're
that's
not going to.
well, that's also, but we don't even know what they're really saying happened besides his opening statement. That's it.
We literally had, again, a whole trial. And when it ended, nobody knew still.
Yeah.
That's pathetic. Like we knew what the Commonwealth said, and then we knew bits and hints and pieces of things that the defense said, but nobody felt good about like it's not like he was stabbed and we were like, okay, so he was obviously stabbed and then left there and then that's how he died, right?
Right.
Like we don't even know. The Commonwealth didn't even explain all his injuries. Like they never offered any kind of reason for those marks on his arm. Like they've explained nothing. It's like they think that saying that Karen was drunk is enough to get someone to kind of take that leap and be like, well, then she could have hit him. But there has to be evidence of that. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
It's colon. And I'm upset too. There's still time. I couldn't believe what I was hearing with my ears, Teresa.
Which for what?
When that man went through that whole hearing and kept calling him colon. In fact, one time he called him Colin and then switched back to colon.
Yeah, he colon.
Oh my God.
The Alberts.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on the solo cups, the leaf blow. We don't even know any of that yet. I mean, we know, but
yeah. Yeah, the Alberts, the house that he was dropped off at, they sold their house and got rid of their dog.
Yeah.
I just feel
we're
like
almost done with this dude, so we can do the funny stuff.
He's done. Now we're just finishing up with her, with these clips.
Oh.
He's not on the stand.
All right, docuseries. See, I don't watch any of these because I just don't care.
I watched the very first interview she did back in 2023. I think that's the only interview of hers I've actually seen.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had no alcohol.
She's on the screen 3 times because what they did was got all the raw footage from the networks, and so that's all the camera angles before editing, and that's what he's playing clips from. So some of this stuff that we're getting, even though these interviews were aired, it may not be information that was even aired in, like, edited into the interview. It could be stuff from outside. That's why you're getting all 3 camera angles from the interviews, because it's the raw data.
That's interesting. She said that about the music because Ryan Nagel didn't hear any music.
Yeah, none of them heard any music. But that doesn't mean she didn't turn it up on her way home when she was by herself.
I bet there's no way she didn't cuss out her. Well, when she was driving home raging, probably she did turn it up.
Yeah.
But I bet the defense has to be sitting there thinking, oh my God, why? Like, why? Hindsight's 2020 though, right?
Yeah, I don't think
they didn't expect there to be another trial.
True. I don't think that clip was that bad. That one wasn't bad.
Oh no, no. If anything, it's just the faces because you know how people are.
But maybe by showing so many clips, the jury will start to see that this is just how she talks too.
Yeah.
And it also may help with the fact that she is sitting there with a resting bitch face.
Yeah.
The defense did not try to get the clips out except for clip 5. The one where she's talking about Peggy.
Colin's airtight alibi was text messages with his friend and kind of cousin, Allie McCabe, of her saying she was there to pick him up at 12:10. That's it. That's the airtight alibi.
This is the one with Gretchen Voss, I think.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway.
She's on the phone.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I have a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
I think that's just kind of adding in what's.
Or may we approach?
Yeah.
The big
What's
one there
right.
is that the big one there is she said that she had enough that she shouldn't have been driving.
Yeah, but so nobody's supposed to drink and drive, right? Like even if you have one drink, like you're not supposed to be driving. So I took that more as like I was still driving very safe, blah, 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 all the things that she said. But also recognizing that since she had been drinking, she should not have been driving.
Right.
Just period. Even if she felt perfectly fine. So more taking responsibility, like as an adult, not as someone who is like admitting to, I don't know. Like I could tell you right now that I've in the past, when I did drink many, many, many years ago, that I would drink and drive. And there would be times when I would like not remember the drive home at all. And like the possibility, I could have hit somebody. I didn't remember it at all. So I think she was just thinking like, that was really stupid of me. I shouldn't have been driving. I think someone would say that even if they didn't kill someone.
Yes. But we were younger than Karen. Like ATS said. Yes, but she
but
also
that's the culture there. I mean, look at all they all were.
Yeah, I was going to say that is their culture there for sure. And she's single, no kids. So, for us, you would kind of, well, I shouldn't even say that because if you look at the other females there, they're all married with kids and they're all fucking doing the same thing. Everybody's out drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Yes.
They approach, we can get through that.
She's gonna let them go.
Independent research or investigation.
All right, let's hear what they say about the witness hookup.
To see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us
Do you want me to go back?
And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow's a holiday.
No, I mean, she probably addresses the
rest of the day won't interfere with our schedule at all. It looks like it's, I can tell with all the curtains here, but it looks like it's a beautiful day. You'll have a nice afternoon. Tomorrow we'll be going on a view. So for that, we're comfortable clothes. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by bus, and I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning. But please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember,
Court TV actually decided to get their fucking camera going.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Well, the camera goes before the jury does, and they like take pictures and videos and stuff.
Mr.
No.
Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether
The last 2 days we've had to go to Boston 25 or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
experts should be permitted to either be present or watch the proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify tomorrow. I think that should be considered expert testimony. He provides the procedures and protocol for the testing of blood serum.
Okay.
So I think he's technically considered an expert, although one of the briefer ones.
All right. Does the defense want an expert to be able to watch that? All right. So I know we've had a lot going on this morning. Do you want to address this tomorrow? When do you want to address whether experts should be present?
If I can address it tomorrow morning, I can consider
All right.
it.
We'll do that. And have you talked about who you all mean? Like, do you all know who you want to have exempt from the sequestration order?
We haven't got to that detail. I'm sure they have in mind who they want. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
All right.
We can have that discussion so that we can present it tomorrow what my position is and address the court on the witnesses.
Sure, we can do that. And then I know you said that you've got an agreement that you'll provide witnesses or a list of witnesses in advance to defense counsel, and I'm sure you'll provide witnesses in advance to Mr. Brennan. Include me on that, please. I'd just like to know
Very
who's
well.
coming up the next day because I have to prepare as well.
Happy to. Thank you.
Okay? All right, so we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you again.
All right.
Okay, so I guess I'm confused about tomorrow. When are they going for the jury view? Are they doing that in the morning or is that their afternoon? Like, are they having testimony in the morning and then leaving for the afternoon to do the,
Well, yeah, he just said that the lady.
or is it vice versa? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, do we need to be
Oh.
here in the morning or do we need to be here for the afternoon? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we don't need to be here while they're out at the jury view. I mean, I guess they're going to be news people out there. I guess we can watch some of that, but
They'll probably do that after testimony instead of making them go out and then come back. They'll just come, listen to a witness, say they're going on the visit, and then them leave, and then after the visit they're done.
okay.
I don't know. I can look on Twitter to see if anybody.
Yeah, see if anything comes up. All right, so we're gonna for anybody who's now watching, we're going back to trial number 1. This is Trooper Paul on cross-examination.
This is the state's accident reconstruction expert who works for Massachusetts State Police. Already?
I think that you have to preface that because nobody watching is going to understand that that's who this is.
Oh yeah, like if I didn't tell you he's the expert,
There's
there's
random fucking guy.
yeah, he's like I mean, you'd be questioning whether this man was pulled in off the streets.
Right. Like, who are you?
He looks like he has one of those head masks on like they do for movies where they put
Like
it
from
over your head.
Half?
Yeah, he
With
looks
Jim
like
Carrey?
someone called him what is that movie? My kid used to watch it all the time. The blue guy. Megamind.
Oh yeah.
It's like Megamind.
You know, but they say if you have a big head, you have a big brain. You're supposed to be smart.
Absolutely not. He's gonna need all that water.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Continues. Hold on.
If you could just again, please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's P-A-U.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
Thank you.
Now we're in. Okay, the secondhand embarrassment has already begun.
It's so good though.
Oh, this is.
Do you have any? Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
At multiple classes.
Introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Oh my God.
Physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects.
I can't already. It's like a 2 minutes. He's like, no, I don't know. I don't know.
You
Took a
couldn't
class.
answer one? Like someone should have helped him. I bet you this time he'll have like the answers written on his palm.
He's gonna have a little cheat sheet.
Yeah. You have to understand though too, is that Jackson was some type of like airplane.
Yeah, in the
something
military.
Yeah, so like he
He's like a
knows
clinic
the stuff he's
person.
asking about. Yeah.
That's why he gets all like stoked when like Wolf's on the stand. He's like, "You got a cool job," and Wolf's like, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah.
Like Jackson's like, "Shit, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be doing that."
How they move and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with emotions.
Oh my God.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity.
Correct.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field?
Look, she even rubbed her eyebrow. She's like,
What role
Jesus
does
Christ, it's gonna be a long day.
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Right.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion?
Now, here's the thing, and I want to make this very clear. If you're just a lay person and you did your class in college or in high school and you don't remember all of it, that's fine. I'm not making fun of you. Yeah, so I'm like, I'm not making fun of you. Like, if somebody was asking me all these questions, like off the bat, I'm on the stand, I'd be like, wait, what? Like, what am I doing? Why am I talking about this? This guy is their expert witness. He is the guy who is supposed to know all the things about all the things that happened with this car and how this car hit John O'Keefe.
Mm-hmm.
So like, just remember that, like in you have to look at it in that context. And it's not, this is just a lay person that he's like, puts Colin Albert on the stand and starts asking him these questions. You know what I mean? This is their guy.
Oh God.
Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Oh my God.
Correct.
You can remember that from your class?
For the most part, we don't go that in depth. Constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Do you?
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian striker striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck.
Definitely?
I'm sorry, I can barely.
It wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck. Definitively, yes.
Definitely.
You have to slow down and speak up, okay?
All right.
You said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees,
Yes.
snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
In a way.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitively say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down,
Finley, say it. Oh God. Oh.
going in reverse or forward and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier, it's that linear. We're going that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach Your Honor just for.
Okay.
So you can see it. Your Honor, we publish exhibit 587.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Donna, can we have exhibit 492 published to the juror, please?
Okay.
While that's coming up, have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Right underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
That is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
So he's gonna say she hits him over here, and then that one piece just flies over here. But she's accelerating at 24 miles per hour, going backwards in this direction.
Maybe since she was going so fast in reverse, maybe the piece just escaped before impact. Like maybe it jumped off before she got there.
That makes sense. The debris, you can't count on that to follow. You can't count on the debris to follow the path of debris.
Asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact.
The start of the debris?
Point of impact right there.
The start of the brie?
Yeah, the cheese, where the cheese is.
Ah, yes, the brie. Okay.
Yeah, where they found all the cheese.
I see.
Where all debris is.
He actually says that brie. So that's how I know that this whole time he hasn't been saying debris. He's been saying the brie because he just now referenced to it as that brie.
Yeah.
The Finley.
That brie right there. To Finley speaking. debris.
You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
Okay.
It's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
He just sounded like
Did
me
you
talking
say
to
on
my
Friday?
kid. Rural Iowa Cookie said, Trooper.
Trooper,
We're
come
all here on Friday.
You definitely said that was the area of impact because you followed the path of the debris.
He almost went to timeout.
Trooper.
That you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe. The point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of, that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now, sir.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Oh man, I don't miss the injection. Injection.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Taking a look at exhibit 279, I want to draw your attention to that piece right there, okay, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
It looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and the black on the top part.
Okay. Maybe in a triangular shape, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to, with the court's permission, exhibit 492.
Okay.
And highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, it's diagram. Thanks. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic, it appears to be from the taillight. Does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now the point of impact?
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact. Can I?
So you don't know the area of impact?
Oh,
I said the area impacts.
I can't, Nanya. No, I can't. Not the debris. Sorry about. Oh shit. Okay.
along the roadway after the debrief. I mean, only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it was a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. It's you kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well, if the point of impact is along the roadway. Where along the roadway, if you can show the jurors, where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrians, find a rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't.
So now you've indicated an area, I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know, definitely there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, was the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. Follow back to here. I can't say
So nervous. He can't. He's like,
this it definitely is,
thing.
but it's possibly based on also vehicle.
We're not saying this definitely is. Damn it. He's like, oh, if you can see this right here, this area. You see, that's the point of impacted definitely is right here.
Vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3.
It's
correct.
You would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right, it's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch.
Sleuthie, I think that his problem is he doesn't know the difference between definitively and definitely, so he just uses them interchangeably and just says definitely. And that just it is all encompassing of anything that could potentially sound like that. So it's all just under the umbrella of definitely. He's like, shit, I don't know which one is this. What's the definition of definitely? What's the definition of definitively? Fuck, I don't know. Let's just go with definitely. And we'll say that they're the same thing. And if they call us out, we'll say we were just mumbling.
Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet. Going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
I was okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
50.
50.
So would you agree that from?
I don't know how many feet it was, so I'm just gonna choose 50. Okay, see, and then they can just take a guess at what the hell I'm saying. And Bev's like, "No, sir, what was that? we need a more definite answer." I can't with this guy. His mom is in the stands watching. She's so proud of him. Hillary definitely right.
This X down here, to pedestrian's final rest, as a crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale. There's me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. You need a piece of paper?
Yes, please.
Court's permission?
Okay.
Just a blank piece of paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you. It's a little around. It's approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and then I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lowry's last couple of questions that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which, if he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, he'd have to sort of fly there, right? He didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time, or?
Well, you tell me. You're the expert.
I mean, he got. When we say projected, we mean he gets projected, and they usually have a landing phase, and they land, and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay. How far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Rolled.
There's no evidence that he landed. Huh. Interesting. Interesting.
The evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I'm saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Oh,
exactly. Right?
Ah, get him, Jackson. Exactly.
Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
He's smiling.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So it's just common sense. You have to believe that if it was in his hand, he held on to it the entire time he was being projected 30 feet, right?
It could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing.
Did you say tucked in?
I mean, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things and they're hit.
Yes, but not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find a piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
piece of clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes. I mean, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know. I'm just saying. You asked me. You said what I just.
It's like I know
I'm
you
just
didn't.
responding to what you said, and trying to make sure you understand what I.
It's like I know you didn't ask me that, but I'm just giving you this answer, and I'm just responding to what you said. Well, you didn't. I didn't ask you that. How are you responding to what the fuck I said?
I'm saying.
What's up, Dom?
No, I don't, but I'll
Yeah.
ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone. Yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
Well, it was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto a cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
If the cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with it?
It just did.
Just did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So.
Well, you didn't.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand. So
You understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, Your Honor. Cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand, flew through the air, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
At the time, you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
Yes.
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
The mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes.
is if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
No, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced-in area inside it's a fenced-in area.
Is it outside or inside?
Outside.
Okay. Did it remain
A fisted area?
A fisted.
What's
Oh, fucking, what the fuck isn't a fisted?
what's a fisted area?
I don't know. Grateful middle-aged cat. We're watching him from last year, so he's not. This isn't this year. We're just watching it to get an idea of just for fun, for real. We're definitely it's definitely a fisted area. I don't know. What is he actually trying to say there? I don't even know what he's trying to say.
I don't know. Go back.
Okay.
outside in that
A fenced-in area.
A fenced in.
Like it.
Oh, okay.
Fenced-in area. A
I see it.
fenced-in area. That's what it is.
A fenced-in area inside it.
That's an fisted area.
Okay.
That's definitely an fisted area. I would agree.
Area.
Is it outside or inside?
Outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while. Then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP?
Yes.
Does that have sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But it's,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know they could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
So from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton.
Way too
I don't
hard a
believe you
question.
pass by Middleborough to get
Way too hard a question for him.
He's not going to be able to answer that at all.
to Canton, but you pass by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's far to Canton.
From Dighton, yes.
Right. And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, right? The 34 Fairview.
Yes. Yes, I have.
And you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you given your instructions by?
Instructions for what?
Reconstruct this incident.
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
It was to what? Reconstruct? Restruct? Restruct.
Restrict it.
Restrict it. Instructions. I was instructed to restruct.
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse, it's got a damaged taillight, things like that. Right?
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
The summary of the whole entire, of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like, that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved, that this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay.
How would they know that?
What I'm asking is, that's great.
Well, that's a great question.
No one saw it go in reverse. So how would they know that?
Well, according to him, it would be the path of the debris.
Oh, yeah.
It's linear. It has to be linear debris.
Definitely.
Yeah, it was passed down. He said, I was told this was a vehicle, so I was like, okay, I'll look at it like it's a vehicle.
Yeah.
It's like nobody assigned me to it. I just decided I was going to take this on. See what I could come up with.
Great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
Right.
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person.
Is it definitely? I don't know if I can definitely say a person. I can definitively say a person. Stop saying the word and just use a different word.
I was gonna say, don't you just avoid words you can't say?
I do.
So
Or
he
I make a
thinks he's
big
saying it
joke of
right.
it and I say it over and over again for shits and giggles. Like specificity. Hate that fucking word.
You just said it right though.
I did. Only because I've practiced it a lot because I kept screwing it up all the time. This is like, stop saying it. Stop using the word.
There was multiple people going around when I got there.
Who's the Finley guy?
I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time.
The other one. I still don't do that one. Metallurgy.
Metallurgy.
Metallurgist. A metallurgy. A metal. It's like you have a metal allergy. Yeah, I hate that word too. There's just certain words that just my brain is like, that's a dumb word and we're not going to say it. It really has to do with when I'm reading documents because I can read pretty quickly. And then there's like certain words that like I get to and I'm like, I have to like sound it out with my internal dialogue and like go, okay, like specificity. And then I can go on. Otherwise I'll just say it wrong. There's one word I kept saying wrong all the time, and everybody in chat would make fun of me every day. Every day I said it wrong. And I think I still probably would say it wrong if I read it right now. Regularly. Yeah, a lot of people can't say regularly. Regularly. You can do it like he does, regularly. Regularly. I have a hard time with ambulance. There's just dumb words that people struggle with. And his is mix between definitely and definitively, and he needs to avoid them at all costs and stop overly using them. Rural, aluminum.
But again, if you have a hard time saying it, you just avoid it. You find synonyms.
Yeah, absolutely.
But not him.
No, he's all in on the breed.
I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
my question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown.
He gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told
when you got
Boston
the lowdown,
police officer was involved. The vehicle pedestrian incident. Car was going in reverse. ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Oh my God.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
If you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next, keep going. He's answering. Next question. Then
You guys
go
have
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
a question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Well, do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can?
What do you mean by scientific evidence? Because I'm going to have to say you're probably right there. I don't think I have that. I definitely don't have that.
Definitely.
What do you mean by scientific? Are we going back to this physics stuff again? You know I'm not any good at that. What's a science? What do you mean scientific? That's just crazy talk.
To that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle.
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Okay.
When you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly. You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
what are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm
No.
asking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you can engage in to date that scratch.
He walked away thinking he did a great job. I definitely did a great job. He's so proud of himself. And then they tell him, hey, we're going to hire somebody else to come in and testify for the next trial. And he's like, wait, what? But did you see what I did? Like, I did so good. I did such a good job.
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say, you can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and
Specific.
the scratch would came from.
Right. And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No,
That's
No.
not possible.
the ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it.
Scratches anywhere on the car.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date a scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
Yes.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
I'm not being broad. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again. Is it possible that any or all of the scratches that are noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car.
Yes.
Can
Any and
you
all.
figure out a fucking date that any or all, any scratch on any vehicle was put there? Are you so smart that you can figure out what happened? Like that you can figure out the date that it happened? Well, I don't know. You're being pretty broad. But I don't know what specifically which scratch, and then I'll tell you if I can do it. No, the answer is fucking no to all scratches. You can't do it. God.
That it predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
You testified that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to a cup?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, would that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it.
by the crime scene.
Oh,
crime
rewind.
scene.
Rewind.
By the crime scene. Hold on.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Proctor, who actually gave it to him, was like, if anybody asks where you got this, you didn't get it from me, you got it from the crime scene.
Just tell him the crime scene told you. Don't tell him it was me. Tell him it was the crime scene. This is the evidence. He's got the talking evidence. He's like from debris. Debris told me. I see crime scenes. He's like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying anymore. He's just like, Lolly, can you fucking save me? This
Even
guy's
he
gonna
knew
make
that
a
sounded
smoke.
stupid. Like right after it flew out of his face, he was like, damn, that sounds so stupid.
That was dumb. That was a dumb one. Let's do it one more time. Let's do it one more time.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says it's glass from the cup. When I did my that's what it was on from.
He said it. The crime scene said it was there. He said it was the glass from the cup. Now he's telling us the conversation he had with the crime scene.
This is so fucking good. You see him, he's just having a conversation with the crime scene. He's like, me in the crime scene, we are one. Okay, I gotta do it again. I'm sorry, you guys, I can't.
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene, I was there. It says this glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
My initial inspection, that's what it was on from. What? My initial inspection, that's what it was on from. God, I can't. This guy. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Does he know what he's talking about?
I don't know.
God, I can't. I gotta do it again. I'm so sorry.
Objection.
About that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene, I was there. It says this glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I said by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection. At the initial.
Mr. Jackson, what do you not understand? The crime scene told
The hand gestures too. Like, what's so hard for you to understand? I'm telling you exactly how it happened.
He's getting louder about it. He's like more serious. He's like, Mr. Jackson, I'm just answering your question here. The crime scene told me. This is what he told me.
Initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Wait.
I fucking love this testimony. This is so good. Oh my God, this is so good. He's like, yes. He's so fucking seriously.
That's the most confident thing he said the whole time. All right, now rewind and let it go through to after he says this.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I said by crime scene. While I was at my inspection.
Wait, what?
It was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection. At the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
Did the crime scene say anything else?
I cannot breathe. This guy is killing me. I've seen tell you anything else.
He makes me feel sick. My stomach's like.
I don't know what you want me to say. I don't even know what else you can't say, sir. At this point, I don't know what else you can't say. God.
This man is out there. People get into car accidents and die and stuff, and this man is who they're sending to figure out what happened, if it was your family member's fault or somebody else's.
Yes, this is you're trusted. Yes, Tom. He seems so annoyed that AJ doesn't hear anything from the crime scene. He's like, I don't know what else you want me to say, dude. Like, I'm telling you, the crime scene told me this, and you're just not picking up what I'm putting down.
Look at his face. He's like, yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
AJ was like, I don't think I should say anything. do you have to have a talk with yourself? You're like, Nicole, be nice.
I would have been struggling the whole. Did the crime scene tell you anything else? That long pause was AJ talking to himself, saying, "Alan, don't say it.
I know.
Don't,
He really
don't
was.
say it, Alan." And then
That
he
was
did anyway.
And then they chuckle. They chuckle, or you can hear the courtroom chuckling. Hold on, I'm gonna do it. I gotta do it one more time. I'm gonna let it play all the way through, and I'm not gonna stop it. I'll mute so you guys don't. I won't interrupt. Hold on.
You said that's what was told to me.
It's,
Got it. By whom?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene, I was there. It says it's glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. Yeah, I said by crime scene. While I was at my inspection.
Wait, what?
It was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
I think Jackson's like, dude, I don't even know what else you can fucking say at this point because I don't even know how to question you anymore. I don't even know what else to ask you. Like I was gonna go over the fact that you don't know anything about physics, but now you're just an idiot. So I don't know what else to say.
It's like bullying a baby.
I guarantee he means like the crime scene unit, the crime scene investigators, but he just is not. He can't think that far ahead. He just is not putting it together. Like, oh, I wish we could.
I'm supposed to have trusted him with his calculations.
Nope.
That's what I thought, but he's being very clear. The crime scene is talking to him.
Yes.
He even had the hand movements, Teresa.
He was adamant, Sleuthie. He was adamant. He would get louder, and he was like, yes, like that's what I'm telling you. Why are we even having this conversation, Alan Jackson?
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow associated with the cup?
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
Oh, imagine being less embarrassed to say the crime scene told you some information than Proctor. Like Lally was like, trust me, it'll sound more credible if you say that the crime scene told you as opposed to Michael Proctor. And he was like, you know what? You're probably right.
Oh, gosh. It's like, I'll stick with it then, Lolly. I'm going to stick with the crime scene told me. I'm going to trust you on this.
Oh,
hi, Connie. This is your first time watching this, know nothing of the case. Well, right now we're watching testimony from last year's trial just for fun. So this kind of it's going to probably throw off a lot. It's just, this guy is supposedly the state's expert on how the state can prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. So yeah, I don't know what else you want me to say.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
No.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
I don't. It's glass from a cup. It's glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
your opinion?
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking which cup we never established which cup we're talking about.
There's only one cup.
Have we been talking?
Go ahead and say it.
Only one
Jackson.
cup.
There's only one fucking cup we've been talking about. So do you know,
Another
Trooper
cup?
Paul, that there is more than one cup that we should be discussing?
Yeah.
Trooper?
You said that cup. One from the scene? Okay.
That cup? I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here.
Yeah.
I'm clear
Oh,
what we're
heavens.
talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Really sure.
All I said, it's
found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion if I told you that the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I had. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it. I didn't never said it matched to the scene.
You did.
I never said that. My thing.
I never said it matched to the scene.
So the glass on the bumper, there's the glass on the bumper, and then there's the glass from the scene. And he's saying he never said it was the same glass. So comparing the two, he can't do, because
But
all
he's
he's
saying
saying
it's
is
from a cup.
yes, because it's not from the car.
Okay, but
So
then how did he determine it was from a cup if it's
Because
not
it's glass.
a cup? Because what?
Because it's glass. Did you not hear him testify to that?
Okay,
It's-
but
It's
other things are made of glass except for cups.
no, just the cup is. Can't tell you which cup, but it's a cup because it's glass. It's glass, so it's from a cup. According
I mean,
to
the real question is how has he not been fired?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how they all haven't fucking been fired, but
Like,
maybe
who
it's
sat
just
and
kind of
watched
thing.
this, like at the Massachusetts State Police, and was like, "You done good, son."
He did. Probably the crime scene. The crime scene.
Dude, this man
did such a good job on the stand.
This man makes like $100 and something thousand a year.
That makes me sick.
It makes me sick too. Like my eyes, glass.
Yeah, no, it's glass. He says it's a cup. It's a cup, and then he's like, "What cup?" And he's like, "I don't know. I didn't tell you what cup. What cup are you talking about?"
Even the
And he's
elephant
like,
trunk
"It's
lady
glass.
was like,
glass. It's glass from a cup."
the elephant trunk lady was like, "Did you say a cup?"
Yeah, like just a cup. And Paul was Paul was training other people. Oh, God,
that's
that's
even
right.
worse.
That's right. I forgot about that.
So he's spreading his stupid to others.
He's like, "Would you testify?" Just tell him the
Susie
crime
Hewitt,
scene.
it ended because Brennan on day 3 didn't have a shit together enough to make sure his witnesses were present. So the whole day got blown away.
Yeah. So now we're just going to last year's stuff and talking shit.
Okay.
In that.
It's safe to say you didn't do any testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, correct?
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we've talked about this a little bit. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came into his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again?
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, Cat and PT. He told me this is where the body was found. Okay. So I used my devices to mark that location.
Okay, but before you used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did he say that?
No.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
No.
If he had told you that, then it changed your diagram?
Objection.
Overruled.
He told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every other piece of item. Sorry, that was a terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground and saying it was about here.
Correct.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there. Who was there with you when you started doing your measurements, et cetera?
It's Lieutenant Gallagher. That's who.
Just you and him?
And myself, and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just my mistake. I assumed that there were several people out there. It was just you and Lieutenant Gallagher.
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't think so.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a single Nike sneaker that's noted on your report. Is that right? On your
Correct.
diagram, right?
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, was that on there? I can't remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what I was told at the scene, but yes.
Sure.
Yes.
You knew that a cup was found.
Yes.
Or you were told a cup was found.
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
this?
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it. We're going to go over those numbers.
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
So, and I'm going to get to that question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. Here's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes.
Who told you where the pieces were found?
They were in Lieutenant Tully's report. He put measurements in his report.
Okay. And you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Okay. Kel, you're probably asking about testimony. I'm live with Sleuthie, but we're watching. This testimony is Trooper Paul from last year. We watched today's court, and Brennan fucked all that up and didn't have enough witnesses. So they ended court early. And so we're back. We're watching last year's testimony to just talk about Trooper Paul and how he talks to crime scenes. He's the crime scene whisperer. Nanya's like, I'm a noted liar. No, I know you're answering like, yeah, this is live. We're live. But DG, to answer your question above, I don't think he did it on purpose to let that sit. I think he would have played those clips later on today. He would have. You're probably right in the fact he would have played him at the end of the day for the jury to sit and stew on what was said in the clips. But I think that he could have just played them at the end of today, because there's not a witness on the stand when he's playing them. Can someone help me understand the phone data? When did Jen first receive the call from KR Kaylee versus when Jen first called John that morning? That would probably be Sleuthie, since I know she's probably got her spreadsheet up, and I don't remember all those times off the top of my head.
I can look. So
Okay, well,
we don't know, like we didn't get to see Kaylee's testimony. So if they were going to show, like, we don't know if they showed her phone records to show when she actually got the call. We just know that the testimony is that Karen called first from Kaylee's phone. And that was at like, I think they said 4:45 or something.
yeah, I don't remember the exact times.
So then you want to know when Jen called John first. That was at 4. Oh, I have some extra stuff here. So Kaylee calls John at 4:44 in the morning. Karen calls John at 4:45. And then at 4:53 is when Karen called Jen from Kaylee's phone. And then at 4:59, Jennifer texts John, please answer. Then she calls him at 4:59. And then texts him again at 4:59 and says, Karen is worried, we need to find you. And then Matt also calls John at 4:59. I can write it out in the chat.
Okay, I'll keep playing.
Diagram.
Correct.
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
1 foot is about that long, right?
Yes, it was. They basically said it was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots, and there were no perspective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that, I can measure that and figure out distances, correct?
What, like from the picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2 or 3 or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
You get cross coordinates, right?
Sure.
Left and right, and where the 2 coordinates match, that's where the item is, right?
Correct.
None of that was done, right?
From.
DG, no worries. We're just chilling. We're just hanging out anyway, so you can ask whatever the heck you want. And Luke, I'm pretty sure that he left it in the Tesla, but that's just me.
From the pictures?
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I used, like I said, I used the measurements from. I measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right, but the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next question.
Why doesn't you just say, like, I'll allow it? Like, or yeah, he can answer the question. Well, like, she always turns and like asks them the question herself, like she's like involved in the case. She's like, I'm not gonna do this back and forth shit. Did you fucking know or did you not know? Did the crime scene tell you this or not? That's all I need to know. All right, move on. Let's go.
stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with the court's permission.
Yes.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations, very, very specific, very thin arrows point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
Dad, like, go away.
The answer is yes, correct?
Hypothetically.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event is what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns. Essentially, I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, did you say U-turn on Friday? I just want to.
He said it was a 3-point turn, which is essentially a 3-point turn. That's a 3-point turn. This is essentially a 3-point turn.
It's also not a U-turn.
It's not a U-turn. It's actually a Y-turn, if you want to get technical about the shape of it. And a U and a Y are not the same thing. I mean, it's a 3-point turn because it was a 3-point turn. Yeah.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around.
No, Mav, if you ask this dude what a sketch is, he's going to go anti-Doug Carter and tell you that it is a photograph.
So he had to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Okay, but I'm not to be picky, but it's sort of my job.
Okay.
A U-turn is traveling in one direction, turning, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear, and since reverse or anything, just turning, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using a steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You'd agree?
It's, in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say they made a U-turn. It's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn. And I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around. And obviously the diagram, or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could have been a better way to say it, yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
So when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Let's get back to the path of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? Starting point and an ending point, tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, et cetera, right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was, because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and then one of the possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them, at 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. There's 36 miles,
Mm-hmm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There were other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of have to guess. And there's no science to it. You just said, I'm going to pick that and put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that works.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and the time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to the cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Locker, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't, my question was, and where we started with this conversation is, it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them. Key cycles.
Right, key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase, key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
It doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right? But if you're seeing triggering events, I'll try to be tricky here. If you're seeing triggering events, your car's in motion, what does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition's on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not going to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
right.
On just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
So, Joanna, the key cycles would not confuse you if you had somebody who was actually just telling you about the key cycles versus whatever this guy is doing, because he keeps going back and forth. Jackson's telling him the key cycles don't show you a location. So, like, what were you using the key cycles for? And then Paul's over here going, so the key cycles don't show you a location, like all slow. So, like, Jackson gets it. Like, that's what he just said. And then eventually he says, well, I didn't make the report off of the key cycle locations because you can't get it from the location. So I didn't use the locations from the key cycles. Well, we've already established that. So the back and forth on it is really fucking annoying because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I don't know if I don't even know if they're going to have him testify at all, or if they have him testify, it's probably not going to have anything to do with this.
So a key cycle will log in the text stream data even when you're not starting the vehicle. So like if the engine doesn't turn over, it's still going to count that as low. So anytime that you, like if you turn the key to put on the accessory lights and then turn it off, that's going to be a key cycle. So you're including more events than what you would think. Like they're thinking like, see, there is no real way. And I hope they clarify this like way better this time, but it would include things like that, but it's also going to include the times you do start the car. It does not include so the key cycle is just the triggering event.
Let me see if I can pull it. We have it from last year.
Yeah, it does have it has a speed. It does not have a time. It does not have a location. It just has speed. And then I think the other stuff they had on there was like the pedal, like how depressed the pedal was, the steering wheel rotation. I'm trying to think of what else. But really what Jackson's getting at is when you were, oh, well, I don't want to, we might be getting it. He didn't say anything about like the car getting towed or anything yet, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So he'll get to his point, but I think that it's just difficult to understand because of the way this fool is explaining it. This was just I can't even believe this happened. Like this was such a mess. Are you looking for the thing? Because I know I had it.
Yeah. This is, nope, that's the watch.
Go to trial 1.0 exhibits. Are you in my thing?
No, I'm just in my documents. No.
The text stream data, that's what we're looking for?
Yeah, with the key cycles.
All right. No, not that one. I have all his exhibits. There.
Just share it.
Yeah. This is the key cycles, the trigger.
Let's go zoom in on it. It's small over here. There you go.
Whoa.
So here you go.
This one is this is what they're saying is the actual event. the elapsed time is not like the time of day. It's the elapsed time is like the amount of time the event takes to happen.
Right. And it doesn't tell you where it happened at. So they can't even tell you that this actually happened here. This is their guess on when they think it happened.
So what they did was they counted the key cycles backwards. But once we get a little bit further, like if you're going to count, so the part that's in red, so the part that's inside these red lines or whatever, all this stuff is their testing. So he's like, okay, so all of this is us. So what they did was they said, okay, so event 01164 is us. So now we need to count backwards to 01163 is her driving to her parents in Dighton. So then 01162 would be when she hit John O'Keefe.
Which is no.
Right. Because he's a dingleberry. So I think that if Jackson would have stood there and counted the key cycles backwards with him, then they would have, I think the jury would have understood that the key cycle that they're looking at, where it's going so-and-so number of miles per hour in reverse or whatever, is not when she was in her car that night to hit John. It was
yeah, they're looking that. It was definitely the wrong key cycles. I don't remember. I mean, I know we had gone over it when it was going down, but I don't remember which one we figured out that it had to have been.
I think it was the plowing. It was the tow. So like, and now in the opening, Brennan mentioned about how it was in neutral before it was in reverse, which is new. We hadn't heard that before.
Because they realized they were looking at the wrong key cycles.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case or what, but when we counted it backwards, it had to be when her car was backing out of her parents' driveway and then going on to the tow truck. And there was like,
She still had to drive to her parents' house. She still had to drive to Jen McCabe's and back to John O'Keefe's house. And then she still had to, then that would have been the drive home from
Fairview.
Fairview.
Oh, and it also doesn't, so like, it'll track the key cycle when there's a triggering event. So he wasn't very clear about what the triggering, like how fast does it, how far do you have to depress the pedal for it to actually trigger an event? Like he didn't say that. So like the events don't happen all the time. It's just when something, I guess, outside of like quote normal happens. So for instance, if you're backing out of a driveway, so by the time they went to tow her car, it was like full storm. Like he was found 12 hours before. So they had to actually have a plow come and plow the driveway to be able to get her car out to tow it away. So if her tires are spinning a bunch because they're getting in and they're trying to get it up on the tow truck, that would be unusual and might trigger an event. But I'm hoping all this stuff is more clear this time. I hope we lay off of the like lay people and the people that were out drinking and the people that don't like Karen, and we focus more on this stuff.
Right. All right, let's finish this guy.
Oh yeah, he did. Turtle Boy, he might have got up to like 20 miles per hour or something, and he felt like he was going to kill himself. So he stopped. Like,
well, now the new thing is that she's spinning her tires.
Yeah.
So now she's like peeling out, and nobody heard that either.
Yeah.
Because there's barely any snow on the ground. So it's not like she's stuck in snow and spinning her tires. Oh, shit. Yeah. Sorry. I was putting it back on and you put it back on too.
A copy of the exhibit that was put in 591 is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's what we were just looking at.
It shows move to this arrow. That arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
And we move over to the left. That is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. Your Honor, I don't mind if that stays up. We can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're saying, what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were at 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, and you put in your report, or you know, that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the triggers that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were two key cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes. There were 2 key cycles. That.
Stated in your report, let me finish one other point. You said that the mileage difference between these 2 triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred in cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini. Is that right?
Yes.
Also, Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess it's now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Under the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turn the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words, right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of the key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone, in other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting in 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had been started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle. What?
I can't get my mouth to read.
I don't know how.
To talk to you and say thank you. Thanks for doing this with us this week. Most enjoyable part of my workday. I appreciate that so very much. Thank you. And thank you guys for hanging out with us. I know like everybody and their mom is streaming this trial, so I have a better spreadsheet version of the key cycle 1162 data, and I've been working on a more comprehensive version of the kinematics analysis Trupa Paul did with lots of plots and things. Where can we find this gray space? Is it out yet? Somebody asking about if this is from today. The car told him. Yeah, anybody who just popped in, this is not from today. We already watched today's stuff, and we're just watching Trooper Paul from last year.
I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on, why it did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles.
Okay.
Before 1164. Okay?
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question,
I told him it did.
the car was turned on, and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle. I'm going to use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. If you want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when the vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle, correct?
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out.
Yeah, he's correct.
I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
He's correct. You can't turn the car on without turning the key, but you can turn the key without turning the car on.
Right.
Dummy. He wants to make sure it's going out the right way.
The car told him. The car told him that that's what it did.
I mean, damn.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense.
By definition, it has to, right?
It doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so.
Or the 2 seconds is not on long enough, it might not record one.
Okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intents and purposes, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycle. It's not a thing.
Keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns.
That's wrong.
That's an ignition on, correct.
An ignition cycle.
So I'm here to tell you that my Maxima had a push button start. And if I wanted to turn the accessories on, I would literally push the start engine button, just not put my foot on the brake. So him saying there is no accessory lights or whatever for this vehicle is wrong. Ooh. Oh, that's nicer
pretty.
than that's nicer than the one they put at court.
It makes me a little excited.
I even love the color scheme.
This is so good. This is so good. So here's the alleged collision. Time from the trigger. I'm going to have to spend some time looking. This is good stuff. I love a good spreadsheet. Turns me on.
Same.
Here's the 3-point turn. Ooh. I like it. That is pretty badass. All right. Thank you for sharing that. I'll share it with Sleuthie too.
I was going to say, like, is it a public share link?
I don't know if it's a public share link. Let me see. I guess I should have looked at that before I said I'm going to share it with you.
I was going to say, if not, just send it to the Sleuthie email. I'll open it from there.
Grayspace, it's okay if I share it with Sleuthie.
Nanya said, I would like to point out that 8 minutes ago, Joanna did not know what this is, and she already understands it better than the person Lally called to testify. Like, at this point, I mean, look at Aaron's face in the background. Like, at this point, I feel like the whole courtroom is like, what the fuck is happening? What is going on here?
Well, yeah, because now it's just absolutely confusing. Judson Welcher has testified at 200 trials. He's the new expert that the state wants to bring on to do this accident reconstruction. But like I said, I don't know if they're still going to call Trooper Paul or not, or if they're just going to leave him off completely. I'm pretty sure
no way the defense is not letting this trial go without this man's testimony showing up, because this is who the state had to do it to. Like, put it this way, to bring charges, like, he did his thing and then they went back to a grand jury and upped her charges because he said that she purposely backed up going 24 miles an hour in reverse and didn't hit the brakes. So there's no way his ass is not coming in.
Yeah, you think the defense will call him?
Absolutely, if they won't.
Yeah. Paul's over there thinking about donuts.
Nom, nom, nom.
Glazed donuts.
Now I have to think of what song might be playing in Paul's head, like I did for Nick.
Yes. She's just like pissed over here.
Right?
Yes. Well, then turns off.
Ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine. Okay, with that definition, I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. Just assume the engine.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Oh, God.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby indicating initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163 in that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backwards.
How could it not be? What's the other option? What the fuck does it could be mean? It either is or it isn't. Would it be
that? It could be. You could
would it be
right.
1163 and a half, 1163 and 3/4?
It could be.
Oh my God. It could be if I knew how to count backwards.
The car did not say it like that, so I'm not sure. We'd have to ask the car. We'd have to. Hey, Lance, not guilty by far. The investigation cannot be trusted. I'm in agreement with you. Trust these fucking people at all. They're a bunch of, well, one, they're a bunch of Egypts, so it's like dumbasses. And then I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Incompetence and corruption go hand in hand.
If the SUV was, I'm sorry, let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be driven into the Sally Port. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in?
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle 1163. My mistake, I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162 in order, correct? We're going back.
It's possible.
All right. Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, I'm sorry, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
So assuming the driving events that I just told you, right? Assuming for purposes of my question, that the driving events started at 11:59, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 11:60. Then driving to Dighton, her parents' house, 11:61. Then the car being seized in Dighton by Trooper Proctor, 11:62. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sallyport at Canton, 11:63. Your testing starts at 11:64. That would mean that at 11:62, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical.
Your hypothetical?
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
But if it's actually how it works, then I'm going to have to go with no. But if you want to say hypothetically that's how it works, and we're going to go with hypothetical, then I'd say that's fine. We can do that. So dumb.
On June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. You remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, basically, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done you hadn't finished your report yet.
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
Take a look at middle of the page. Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative. You're asked, does that remind you that you were asked by a grand juror if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that, would figure out if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
I don't even fucking know what I meant anymore. It's like, I don't know. I don't even know what I meant. I don't even know what's happening right now. I don't even know why I'm here.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? The grand juror's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
Sorry, me. The role me.
This might explain a lot. This might explain a lot of what the collective we over here. The we. No, I mean just me. It's just me. All right, hold on. Sleuthie wants me to pull this up. I don't know what I'm pulling up yet, so let's see. Oh, let's see. Well, can I just put I can just put him in there? What the fuck is his name? Trupa? What's the fucking first name again? What is his first name? Paul? No, what is it? Fuck me. Joseph. Joseph Paul? No. No, that's not him. That's not him. Sorry. Hold on. Let me do this again. I have to do it backwards. Did I do it the wrong way? Is it last and first? No, it isn't. It's Paul Trupa. Oh, I can't even fucking spell. You had me thinking I put it in wrong. It's this one, right? Yeah, here he is. First class state police trooper. Spam. Annual rate, $110,000. No, it didn't. It just took me to this. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Wow. So far this year, he's made $40,000. And they're giving him some overtime. 110 grand for this fucking guy who talks to crime scenes. Probably about $110,000. Oh yeah, it is. It's Trooper Paul, the crime scene, and the car makes up the collective we. Damn. Now I kind of want to look and see how much they all make. Fucking douche nozzles. Yeah, he talks to crime scenes. Crime scene told him. And when he asked what else the crime scene told him, he just said, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I don't know. That's all the crime scene had to say.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight, no.
How the fuck do you not know his weight?
You know the weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle? Gross weight?
What's the gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Okay. Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff, end quote, correct?
Yes.
There's that word again. It's been more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury. Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How
I looked into it, and for this type of collision, I would not be able to use those formulas for this type of collision.
would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use a Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
What?
It's a type of formula that we use for a calculation that's post-impact.
So
or speeds for pedestrians.
that includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion.
Right.
That's a basic principle of
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel, having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not he did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able to calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple of things, Trooper Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed?
Presumed by you. You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics.
The evidence to talk to him. That was it. That was just the crime scene and the evidence to talk to him. He's got way too much brie for sure. Yep.
We know them today. In modern mathematics, is thwarted by a sideswipe.
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
It's the calculations that are out there. You can get a speed, it would just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object? I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
right? Would you agree with that?
No.
Oh.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Yeah, here it is.
Well, now in that sense, are we talking about? I'm trying to find the speed of the vehicle. That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay, well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrians somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, yes, because he's still floating in the air, according to Trooper Paul. There's no proof that he landed. Did we forget that he's just still out there floating somewhere?
The pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
You don't know how much he weighs.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes,
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
it's in my math class. We don't use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Of conservation of momentum?
Yes.
You know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Jackson said, "Do you even know what that is? Do you even know what that is?" Bro, I failed at high school bowling. I learned it in my maths class. The fact that he did whatever he did without knowing John's weight is the most insane part to me. But then he's telling you that you'd have to know the weight differential between the pedestrian. This guy, I can't. You think he went home and just fucking drank a bottle of tequila after this? I feel like he did.
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Oh, hold on, I'll back that up. You know what to do. Shit, sorry.
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Of conservation of momentum?
Yes.
You know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Based on the basic principles of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, they're exactly equal in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's
Yes.
transferred from one body to another,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to, quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Ooh.
Are there any other calculations that you need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir.
The
Object
items.
that you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
Still flying.
How about calculating the displacement using
AJ did. He did mechanical engineering stuff when he was in the military when he was younger.
kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
The displacement of the body?
In order to calculate how far the body would move based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them, spin them off to the side, and have that and get a speed from those calculations.
So you're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move, but you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principal
You know that he really doesn't know what the hell he's talking about when he starts to just like put everything together and just then he does that. And you're like, what the fuck did you just even say? Like, did you actually speak words at that moment? Like, it's just like, if I just do it, then there's this. Like, oh, okay. So now you think you sound like you know what you're talking about, but you're not even actually saying words.
of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue.
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a sideswipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been.
Oh, fuck me. No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
It's incorporated into the classes.
Right. You have a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, objection.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated emission cycles. And you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Ask the appropriate part of the question. You'll get it.
That's a robot now.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight? What do you? It gets so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm out and it just struck the arm like a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It
Here's exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No.
Missing his
No.
torso.
I said it. Yeah, from upper part of the arm
Right.
down. Yeah.
The elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his torso,
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
so his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm to shoulder. Yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way it struck. It looked like it could have gone turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes.
Perfect time
Initially.
for that.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes.
By an unbroken taillight, right?
Yes.
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked, and as the car driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations. I'm sorry, those abrasions that we see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and he flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
In a sense.
Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
On his
hinge.
shoulder?
Okay.
Okay, so
I can't say I've ever been hit in the arm so hard it's knocked me off my feet. Well, they're trying to say she's going in reverse 24 miles per hour and hits him in the arm, and then he does a pirouette and goes flying. And according to Trooper Paul, he's still out there in the abyss somewhere flying.
arm got
Oh, Carla, this is Alan Jackson.
hit. Didn't his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got the upper
Okay.
pointing to his upper biceps.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one, not even a bruise, right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, to about mid forearm, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically, to shatter. Then the striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, spin, counterclockwise. He flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Yeah, it happened probably a little faster than that, though.
Actually said he hit his head on a curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, he flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again?
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. You got projected.
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just throw. Project just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. There's the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever that part of the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to a pedestrian post impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple questions. If his arm, elbow, took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained too.
Your approach.
Yes.
He looks like a big baby.
He is a big baby.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you know, having
Damn, Trial Channel even went through and took out the side bars.
Oh, it's been amazing. Like all the gaps and stuff, like where we're waiting for shit, it's all gone.
I need to make sure we drop this.
That's
First
literally why, in case you
here
don't
and-
know, this channel. So in my newest Karen Reed, what do I have? So Massachusetts v Karen Reed Take 2, the tab that has trial 1.0 testimony links is all, like every single one is the trial channels links and their timestamps.
This is beautiful. Yeah,
It
you guys
really
really
is.
subscribe to this. There's a lot of work going into doing this. If you guys know anything about downloading all of this and getting the information itself, going through and taking out all the junk that we don't need to see, and then going in here and time stamping each one, so that we can you can find exactly what you're looking for. I mean, it's an immaculate amount of work.
It's
so
an enormous task.
Yeah, people don't know how much time that takes. But for sure.
Investigated auto pedestrian
turn the
accidents in
road
the past. John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul? You came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation.
That is not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Action.
Sustained. All right.
I was hoping he'd say, the truth is, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, he tried that earlier. He was like, yeah, you don't know what any of this means, right? Like, let's get to the point here. You don't actually know what any of this even has to, you don't know any of this. This is all news to you. And he's like, nope, I was trained. What did you want to share, Karen Reed? What do you want to share, Lev? I'll share it, or Sleuthie can share it.
What?
I don't know. It says it won't let me share, so I wanted to make that. I don't see what it can't. I don't see a link. I don't see anything popping up on StreamYard to know what it is.
All rise for the court, please.
And I'll see
Do you guys want to You guys want to watch the redirect, or you are
counsel at sidebar about scheduling? All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
You're gonna get some what if any's. I don't know if you guys are prepared.
Thank you. Now, with regard to your testimony, as far as that triggering event,
Hold on, pause it.
well, the two events.
Go ahead, tell her the joke. Yeah, do it. It was a good one. It made me laugh. Do it.
I want to hear the joke.
Funny.
Why? Wait, what'd you say?
Why are chickens so funny?
Why?
I don't know where he heard that. He just came over to me out of nowhere.
That was perfect.
That was
good. That was a good one. I love jokes like that.
I'm surprised he got it. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm surprised he got it. I know grown-ups that would have been like, huh? Like,
no, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Good joke, little Goosie. All right, carry on. I had to have you hear it because he made me laugh out loud.
Yeah, that was perfect. I love a good joke. So, is he going to be in the second trial? Do you know? He is on the witness list. He is. The prosecution wants to bring in Welcher, who is a reconstruction expert. So I don't think they're going to need him. And Sleuthie and I were kind of going back and forth on whether we think the defense would call him. I don't know. He's such an. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to just wait and see. The flow of this trial is extremely different than the flow of the last trial. So what Brennan has in store for us, it's anybody's guess at this point. But it makes more sense now that he's only going to put that one EMT on, and he's only going to put like one cop on or whatever. It makes more sense now why Yannetti spent so much time with the one paramedic versus the like 30 seconds he did last trial, you know?
Events on 12,629B. You testified that that was consistent with a pedestrian collision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury why is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
26.2 miles per hour in reverse for about 62 feet.
Okay, yeah. So why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because the sudden change in the speed, it drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes.
Other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your opinion?
Like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
And And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Sustain is to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
Specifically, that reminds me of the Family Guy episode where she's like, I want to be there at a Pacific time. And he's like, a Pacific time?
Pacifically, yeah.
Specifically,
Yeah.
yeah.
Somebody said that M said he wouldn't get it. True Paul wouldn't have gotten the joke.
No, Drew
He
Paul
went-
would not have gotten the joke. Mm-mm.
Went straight over his bald head.
And witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of some taillight pieces near a fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for no initial evidence, I said the area impact was a star in that area prior to the sneaker.
Sorry,
Someone.
So
what I'm saying was the area impact.
That's what I said. Even Bev's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
To the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that was the first point of evidence.
And first, I'm sorry.
But it wasn't.
Evidence in relation to what and sort of
No.
how?
Who fucking knows what path he's even talking about? He'll just create a new path.
He's saying that
the
first piece of evidence is the shoe, but it's not, because he just showed you a further piece of evidence that was the triangle shaped piece of plastic taillight.
That's from some. It's linear. It's linear.
It's like the hand movements. Like, I talk with my hands. I can't help it. But like his is like he really, do you think he's like saying things in his head differently than they're coming out of his face? Like, do you think he thinks he makes perfect sense?
Yes. Which is
That's
why
scary.
when Jackson doesn't understand it, he's like, he goes to like enunciate it.
He was acting like Jackson was the idiot.
Correct.
For not understanding.
Correct.
Oh, that's scary. You know.
But he also, when you're saying he talks with his hands, he talks with his hands like he's got tiny arms. Like I can't even do it because my camera's on. But
oh my god.
But like he only has a half an arm. You understand what I mean?
Bend the elbow.
He doesn't. It's just like he's got these little arms, like the little arms, and he just does these things with his hands.
Oh my god. My grandpa always said that if you're gonna be dumb, you better be tough.
No, he's not. He's got
he's not.
He's got little arms and he's dumb.
Was how the evidence was configured as it was evident to you.
That was pointed to me. It was the first point of evidence away from the furthest point was evident at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
What?
May I approach the witness?
What the fuck was that? What?
What did he say?
I don't even know what he said.
Grace face, if he did not sob, and like I would have been absolutely mortified. It would be my worst nightmare. Like, from the minute that I heard that it was a hung jury, like I would probably what do they call it? Obfuscate. I'd be AWOL They would never see me again because I would be.
I would not
so
be able to
much
show my
scared.
fucking face.
No. I'd be so afraid they were going to call me again.
David's true because he lacks a basic understanding of some of the science and zero understanding of anything.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, abscond.
I have no clue what he just said. Like,
I know I rewound it. We're gonna try it again. We're gonna try it again and see what happens.
of all the
What I'm
weird
saying
things.
was their impact was prior to.
Do you hear it? So, sing the song. What's the song? So a lot of people don't know like what that actually means. Yeah. So people sing it, but they don't know what it means. So then this morning, out of nowhere, he says, "You know, I know how to say cockroach in Spanish, right?" I said, "You're right." So we were talking about like why people would be singing a song about cockroaches.
Now that is what I think that's the song. You know what? Your son has solved it. That is the song that is in Paul O'Keefe's head.
Oh yes. Yes, you can.
You asked, and at the end of the stream, you're getting your answer. That is the song.
Even the da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, that is exactly what is going on over there.
Sorry, someone.
Oh my God.
So what I was saying was their impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that was the first point of evidence.
There you go.
But it wasn't, because he just showed you a further point of evidence.
It was the
Okay.
That was the whole beginning of Jackson's cross. I was trying to get you to understand what you were saying is dumb.
And first, I'm sorry, just first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evidence.
That was just pointed to me. It was the first point of evidence away from the furthest point of evidence at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
Did you get that all? Did you get that all?
No, I have no clue.
Yeah, I have no fucking idea what he just said there. That was the craziest shit.
And that knew was pointed to me. It was the first point of evidence away from the furthest point of evidence at that time that knew.
Barbara McDonald just messaged me and she messaged me the link to.
She did.
Yeah, the drone footage. They put it on YouTube. The drone footage. I'm guessing in its entirety.
Thank you. I know that people were asking her for it on Twitter for me, so that's perfect.
Oh, it is in its entirety. Well, it's 9.5 minutes and it starts wherever. So I'll send it in your DM because I'm on my phone. I'm not on the computer. So
okay. All right. Yeah, I've never heard a scientist speak in tongues. Maybe that's what it is. Like, it was pointed to me as a back, and then it was like that was the impact, and so yeah. So I don't know what else you want me to say. It Finley.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 58. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that to the jury.
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
There's 34 at Fairview to the left side, and there's the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd of 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendants.
Why doesn't Wally just ask him for the crime scene to tell him what day this was taken? What day does the crime scene say this was taken? I mean, it's obviously there. It should know what day it was somebody was taking a photo of it.
Alexis and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that.
It was probably somewhere out there.
Linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So from, I think it's from around like this way.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach this for tree down? Now, Trooper, if you could explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the lawn.
Lally, what the fuck are you saying?
Yes.
Is
So
Lally confused how to
he was
speak
struck
now?
along the right side in the area of his arm. And then he was, in post-impact with the Lexus, he rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
Wait, nope, stop, wait.
And
He said he rotated counterclockwise. Oh, his right arm. It's his right arm that's messed up,
Hold on,
right?
I'm talking to my mom real quick. So ask the chat because I wasn't listening. Sorry. Give me a second.
I think he did say, he said counterclockwise. So he's saying he had his right arm like bent at the elbow, but stretched out at the shoulder. And she went in reverse and hit just his arm, his right arm, and therefore spun him counterclockwise. And then he didn't just fall, he somehow ended up way into the yard. But it also wasn't enough force to propel him all the way into the yard. So I don't know. Nanya. At times it seems they're like having a stroke. Yeah, it would be counterclockwise. I was thinking if he was facing the vehicle as it's coming towards him, because I literally can't figure out how she would back up that quickly and it not be so loud that it would draw his attention to the fact that she was. Do you know what I mean? To where he wouldn't turn around. I mean, that's just weird. He would have had time to turn around. Well, and also, okay, so also, I guess it would just depend on how many times he spun. If he's saying he spun counterclockwise and only made like a half a turn and then fell down, then he would fall on the back of his head, I guess. Oh. That's the idea. Okay. I wish someone would have made like diagram, like, a video. So Lacey, he would have been facing away from the car. Let me see. So facing away from the car with this arm like out like this. And she hit this part of her arm and then, or she hit that part of what?
I wanted them to be able to see your demonstration.
Oh, so like he had his arm out like this and she just somehow only hit right here. And then he spun counterclockwise, I guess.
But let's think about that. Like, get out of the car, and then you're walking towards the house. So how you're not even walking in the direction of the back of the car? You see what I mean? Like that doesn't even that part doesn't make sense to me. Shit.
No, I don't.
Shit. There it is. Like, which one is it?
Because that's the way that he
why
said
are you
it
even
was.
back there? Why are you even back by this tail light if you're getting out of the car to walk towards the right? If I get out of the passenger seat of the car and I start going towards the house, why am I at the back of the car?
Oh, did he come into the frame? I didn't scare him, but he knows he's not allowed to be on camera. Walking up the driveway, but that's not like it wasn't. She didn't hit him in the. That doesn't
Like
mean if he got dropped off at the flagpole, he would have walked through the grass.
And if he gets hit, and he only gets hit on the left side of the arm, how you're right. He can't spin counterclockwise. He'd have to spin clockwise.
No, if he's facing away from the car, and his right arm was out, he would have spun counterclockwise.
Okay, I see. Because he's off to the side of the car and it's hitting the left.
Just his arm.
So so just his arm. So
like say his elbow, let's say. But
even if his arm and the glass break on impact,
right?
The glass just the tail light isn't going to stay there. She's leaving now. She hit
right.
Well, so his arm isn't there to be connected to get all those scratches.
There's a lot of issues with that, and so another issue with that is the fact that the tissue. So they testified that basically tissue was missing, right? I'm talking about this new trial. So when Timmy testified, he said that there was like tissue missing, like from his wounds on his arm. Makes sense. But there was no tissue or DNA on like the shards of plastic taillight from Karen's car. Like none of his DNA, right. You know what I mean? So it couldn't have done that. It would have, like, I agree with that. But also if somebody's hitting your arm, just your arm. So you got to figure if he's off to the side like that, the idea that we're throwing out there, the picture that I've got where it only hits your arm so that you then spin your body. And I guess the purpose of that is to explain why he has no other injuries on the rest of his body. It would have like destroyed his elbow or dislocated his shoulder.
That was what Jackson was trying to say. Like it's on a hinge. So the car, I mean, it's going to have to go. The arm is going to,
the arm is getting blasted. I mean, there's no,
right.
It would have taken the entire impact of that car. So for it to just have the scratches and no issues with his bones, I don't see it. I don't see that.
No, so Shmita, so think of it like he's standing behind the car, but only his left arm is right. His right arm.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So only his right arm is there, and then it would spin him. Yes. Yeah, I still don't get it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Do I have to draw a picture?
No, I just don't get like how there wouldn't be any other damage than if he's spinning around out here doing this stuff.
Well, my thing is, how did he? Even if that's how it happened, apart from the things I just said, how does he get as far into the yard as he is? See, some of these people minimize it and try to say he was like 7 feet into the yard. Then you have other people that are saying he was 20 feet into the yard. And the problem with this is that nobody thought to take a picture of the man so they could measure exactly how many feet into the yard he is. We're all guessing. Like all of this is based on guesses. Nobody knows actually where his body was. And a lot of the people that are guessing are people who weren't even there to see him.
No, the best you can tell is where they go to do the CPR, like where you can see people in the body cam or the dash cam footage. And Journey says, how tall is this car that hits a grown man on the top of his arm? I drive a 7.5 ton truck, and anything shorter than that wouldn't hit someone on the top of the arm. So yeah, she's driving the Lexus. And then not only is it the Lexus that they're claiming you got to go way lower because you got to go to where the taillight is. The taillight is what hits him.
Like I said, if it hit his outstretched arm, nearly all the momentum spinning and not. That's what I'm saying. There's no way it only spun him half a turn, right? To where he would be able to then fall backwards onto his head.
Right.
And also have the momentum to get him up into the yard. Like, why wouldn't he land? So if it happened, like they said, where he just spun, he would be right at the curb where his shoe was. He would have spun in a circle where his shoe was, out of his shoe, and down right there at the curb. Well, it can't have hit him twice. Well, okay, let me rephrase. If that key cycle were to be the event that killed him, right? Which I don't think it is, but if it were, she would then have to pull forward again and reverse again, or pull back further and then go forward really fast. You see what I mean? And he would have had more injuries. I want someone to demonstrate. I don't really know very many people more ballsy than Turtle Boy. I asked Mac's husband to do it, and he's a really good driver, like a really good driver. Heads. He's like, I'm not doing. Are you serious? He's like, you better not do that. Like, you're not going to try that, are you? And I was like, no, I wanted to film you while you tried it. And he's like, I'm not trying it. And I'm not trying it in one of our vehicles either.
Nobody can do the driving. So this guy gets out of the passenger door and crawls around the back of the car so the top of his arm is level with the taillight. That was my whole thing. Is what is he even like? How does it even?
You know who's going to win the day?
Who?
Whoever comes up with not Plevin, because his is just laughable and hilarious. Listen, if that makes it into this trial, like, let me find out. I wouldn't put it past the Commonwealth to hire or buy Plevin's absurd video of what he thought happened.
God, yes.
Where he bends over to pick up the cocktail glass in the middle of the road and the car hits him directly in the back of the head. Okay, so, but a visual like that, whatever expert does that, like an animation like that, where it actually makes sense, is going to be who wins.
I just feel like we're going to be doing this forever.
Ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Half days.
So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No.
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
Do you know what a pirouette is?
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience, based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe.
Again.
So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about, you were talking about the circle.
It would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle if I used the actual collision equation, pedestrian vehicle collision equation.
What's that one?
Jugglers?
No, like, what is the equation?
Well, he said that's the one that he said earlier that he knew the equation, but he wouldn't use it, and he wouldn't use it with this because he was like, "Well, there's an equation," and Jackson was like, "Well, do you know what it is?" And he's like, "Yeah, but that's not the vehicle pedestrian collision. Like, there's multiple." And then he was like, "No, there's only one." That Jackson was like, "No, there's only one." And he's like,
I wonder if he used that. Like, I wonder if we're going to find out he used that, and that's where the 24 miles per hour came, and it was overestimated.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. Huh.
Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's SEARLE, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in a sideswipe collision versus some other type of collision?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more. It's not so much the formula; it's how much projection efficiency that would occur. How much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role was that played in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of the striking vehicle due to a center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him, being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. Could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
Now, and speaking of collision,
but then wouldn't it have been in the winds?
Well, it should be.
Okay.
Vehicles. Vehicles are fixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope?
Yes.
Yeah. Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sidebar?
Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew. If I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway was not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the road?
I'm not sure what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used CERT diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed in the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet. How far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other tech stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included the 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from
follow along with fucking Lolly and Paul? I don't even know what that. It's like Trooper Paul might as well just be doing his old because that's what I hear right now when I listen to them.
I love how Lally just like asks a question, Trooper Paul answers the question, and like Lally moves to the next question like the answer made any type of sense.
He doesn't care about the answer. He's just
Yeah.
like, I'm going to ask these questions and that's it. I don't really care if your answer makes any sense or not.
Multitude of different witnesses.
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some questions about the defendant's cell phone. As far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Mine
I
is
was
too.
not aware.
Yeah, why? Nobody talks about that. That's way outside the scope.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily recorded within the text stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate,
And why so?
because it also be you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle. So those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger, and plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Oh, okay.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle, and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
And the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
So in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right. Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, and this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you were going to ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
I'll see you at sidebar.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Paul, on Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing in 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is,
oh my God,
your analysis that's based on the odometer reading, 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm,
You got the path of travel wrong.
so what I purposely put down a range on my Google images showing, because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way. But I know that a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the proctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set.
Thank you, Honor.
All set, Trooper Proctor. Oh my God, that guy is exhausting. He's so exhausting.
He really is. That he was more exhausting than the actual current trial that we watched.
Right? Oh my God.
And I think it's Lally too, like just leaving people on for just way longer than necessary.
I don't know. I feel like Brennan does the same thing.
I don't know. I think we've gone through them a little bit quicker. But then again, he's really brought people, like most of the people he brought up, Hank have been just bringing stuff in. Like we've only had really 3.
Let's see. So we had
Maybe 4.
Timmy, and we had Carrie, and we had Gorino. I feel like we had Peggy. Who am I
Michael
missing?
Camerano.
Oh, Camerano. Uh-huh.
But then we have that Jean Demulus, but she just brought in the footage.
The 2 people from each bar. They
just brought in footage. You said Carrie, Timmy.
I said Timmy, Carrie,
Daniel
Reno, Whitley. So we've had what, 5? Is it 5? 6. We've had 6 with Peggy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we counting Guarino as a full witness?
Well, no, he hasn't even done his full testimony. So I mean, he's been back
5.
twice, but
and I'm marking them out in red and striking through them in the witness tab after they've been called. I've already marked off Guarino, but that's just because he's already technically been called. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I want to be able to see who's not yet been called.
Yeah,
and don't forget, there's going to be a whole day, when the kids, if they're going to testify, a whole day with the kids that we won't be able to see.
If they bring them on.
If they, the TV, a little bit. If they bring the kids in to testify, Patrick and Kaylee, then that'll be a whole day. At least half the day where we won't have anything to stream. Because they won't.
That's true. Yeah, Hank really does. He really does like the emotional side of things, so he probably will have them
he
come
does.
on. Well, we could still live stream because we can go through the tweets. That's what I did last time, was go through the tweets of the reporters that are in the courtroom telling us what was happening.
I almost feel like I saw something come out that they're not going to be able to do that this time. Lacey, yeah, a lot of places, I've always seen them do that. If it's a minor or whatever, or even a victim, they will just not put them on camera.
But she's 17 now.
Yeah, and he's 14. I doubt they're going to do it. So do we know, I looked briefly earlier, but do we know if tomorrow morning will be testimony and then afternoon the jury view? Or
never figured it out. I don't know if anybody in chat, does anybody in chat happen to know the answer to that yet? If they're doing the crime scene view first? I'm going to go to Twitter real quick and see if there's anything on here. I don't see anything. The last thing I even see from Turtle Boy is saying that that's the end of the day, and it's just going to be the 34 Fairview trip tomorrow, but that's not true either, because we know that he said he's going to have at least one witness take the stand.
Yeah, I think it was Welcher. Dr. Welcher is. Are you choking?
No. I was coughing.
I don't see anything.
Where the hell is Welcher on my? Oh, so Welcher, Judson Welcher is Aperture. So that would mean that tomorrow. Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. I swear he said Welcher, but that guy. I thought Aperture was the accident reconstruction thing. Oh, maybe he said Wolf.
He said Wolf. Neuroscience.
Did he? I don't know what he. I thought he said Welcher, but he said it was somebody who did the blood alcohol.
That's Wolf, I think.
Well, neuroscience wouldn't necessarily be that.
No.
What the fuck did he say earlier?
I don't know. You want me to go find it? I mean, I think I still have it up.
Good Sam pathologist. No, you do still have it up? It was at the very end. I know it's a doctor. I thought he said Dr. Welcher.
It wouldn't be Welcher because that's the expert, and the prosecution still has something going on with that.
Well,
Jury is exited the courtroom.
All right. Mr. Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether experts should be permitted to either be present
Caller, maybe.
The proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify.
Fowler. Okay.
Fowler.
So Dr. Fowler, Gary Fowler, he works for Good Samaritan Hospital. He's the same guy that testified last time that she kept telling him to speak louder. So he's the guy who works in like the lab of the hospital who would have gotten her blood and did the testing. But he's not the one who did the, what do they call the things? The where they figure out what it was hours prior. I can't remember what they call it now. Oh, extrapolation.
The extrapolation.
That was done by one of my most favorite witnesses of the first trial. Is he on this list? I think he is. I hope they bring him up again. It was Nicholas. It would make sense if they bring in him, or if they would bring him in after that guy, but I don't understand Hank's time. Nicholas Brad, no. Or was it Andre Porto?
I think that's who it is, but I'm pulling up the
emergency room doc was Dr. Rice. Justin Rice. I don't know why I thought his name was Nicholas something.
Do they have do they have her on here? The chick from the lab that tested it and it came out pig DNA. Remember her?
That was from Bodie. That was Tess Chart. Or was it? No, it was Terry Kuhn. She was from UC Davis, the vet genetic lab. Oh, she's in here because I have her on my list.
What do they have her under then?
She's number 68 on mine. Go down. Down. Right there.
Oh, right here. Oh, by herself. Okay. Lawyer, keeps saying that Hank is putting the witnesses on in a better order. Really? I think I know. I cannot fucking figure out what the hell he's doing. I'm looking for the guy that.
I thought it was Nicholas Bradford, but would he have come from Bodie?
Let me get past the.
Nicholas Bradford.
So the emergency doctor is Justin Rice.
Yeah, he's boring.
The pathologist is Gary Fowler.
Yes.
So that's coming tomorrow.
Yes.
The forensic scientist who did the extrapolation is Nicholas Roberts.
Nicholas Roberts. That's the guy I'm thinking of.
Yep.
So
Bald
I
guy.
don't see it. I don't. Do I see him on my list? I don't. Nicholas Roberts.
Yeah, Nicholas Roberts is that guy. He's
I
the
knew
guy
his
who
name
did.
was Nicholas.
He wasn't. He's a lab guy. Let me go find him again.
For Massachusetts State Police. I do not see him.
Forensic scientist with MSP, but he doesn't work there anymore.
Oh, so maybe they're bringing in somebody else. I also think it probably wasn't very.
He didn't work there for the first trial.
Oh,
He'd already
well,
left and worked at a different company.
he probably wasn't very helpful at the first trial, considering I thought he gave a really good explanation about like the time he was told was the last drink versus what time the last drink actually was. And I guess it was Jackson is how I'm remembering it. Whoever from the defense was like, so would that impact your measurements of what it was, however many hours prior, if you were basing it off of, say, a 12:45 a.m. last drink, when really her last drink was at 2:30 or 3 a.m.
Right. For
instance, like maybe to try to go to sleep because she was stressed out from all this or whatever. And he was like, yeah, that would
change it.
Yeah. And he was super nice. He wasn't evasive at all. He was one of the state witnesses that I liked a lot.
Yeah, I agree. He just went in there and told the information. He wasn't there to do anything for either side or
he would be right there. Yeah, see, he's not there.
Narrative for anybody. I don't see him on here though.
Oh, that sucks. All those people from Aperture, I am also not looking forward to seeing Ian Whiffen. I could care less about that man.
I think he's an idiot too.
I'm sure he's going to plug his new software he wants people to use instead of Celebrate. If Celebrate were the two gremlins, they would have copyright struck him or tried to sue him for trying to compete with them after the first trial.
All right, I remember there was a new extrapolation done.
Oh, was there?
I don't
when?
remember.
How?
Yeah, I don't know that one.
I still want someone to explain to me how they got her blood, how and why they got her blood. And I also want someone to better explain the whole involuntary hold because she was released within hours. So I want someone to explain to me why they did that other than to force her to give blood samples and stuff, which I think is bullshit.
Okay, so Maureen Hartnett, she
was boring too. She did all the DNA swabs.
Yeah, she was on there for a while.
Yeah, she's very sit up very straight, look at the jury every time you say something. She referred to all the evidence by number, so it got really confusing and boring because she'd be like, item number blah, 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 match item number blah 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 blah, and they all ran together at some point.
This Ashley Valier is the one who does all the stuff with the glass. She's the one that they want the chalk for.
That's the one with the short hair, the short blonde hair that was very nervous looking.
Yep. Christina Hanley.
She was the one with the dark hair and the glasses that is I don't know if she was the manager of them. I don't know Sophie. I don't know
Trace. She worked in Trace. I don't know. I don't see that I didn't put her down as a manager. I don't know these other ones. Sophie, Hannah.
I don't know her.
And then who was Andre then?
What? That sounds familiar. We heard from him, but
I'm looking. He is, so he did He swabbed the tail light.
I'm looking up his
Yeah,
thing.
he has a weird goatee. Here, I'll show you him.
That's what I was looking for. I do not remember him.
This guy.
Oh, maybe I do.
Yeah, so he did swab the tail light.
3-person mixture. Okay.
No cross on him. It was just very basic of what he did to he swabbed the jeans.
So basically, he just swabbed everything. He didn't process anything.
Well, I think that he processed the hair.
Oh no, that was Maureen Hartnett is the one who did the comparison where she looked at the 2 different hairs and said that it was a human hair or whatever. And come to find out she failed her proficiency exam like right before that.
Which one was that?
Maureen Hartnett.
Okay. This one.
Yes.
Yeah. She does most of the swabbing of everything.
Yeah. I don't know if they asked her if she failed that, but I remember it being
I think the other guy is the one who does a lot of the processing.
I personally find it really confusing. Like, I know that, and I don't have any suggestion on how this could be better, but I feel like for this type of testimony for a trial, it can be really confusing when you bring someone in who says, I swabbed all this stuff. And then you have to wait like for results and stuff. Like, there must be a better way. If it were me, I would be making a ton of chalks. I guess they worry that because the jury can't bring it back. But then if that's the case, then you have to make the chalks easily like reproducible so that, wait, is the jury taking notes? Yes, they're taking notes. So you'd have to make a chalk that's like something.
I'm over here talking. I'm on mute. So yeah, I think they're taking notes. Yes.
So then if you could make them something like that, that's more easily read so that they can scribble in their notebooks, like almost the exact same thing.
Right.
Then it's helpful because they could bring that back with them. They just can't bring back the actual chalk.
And then Ian and then Guarino.
We still have a lot of people. And I'm going to guess.
Ugh.
Do you think that Hank probably won't bring Brian Albert and all of them?
He may bring one.
Well, if Brian Albert and Higgins are allowed to be third-party people, then only, and not get Jen McCabe all caught up in her bullshit. I mean, we've talked so much about Jen McCabe so far already that I think it would be really sus if they didn't. Yeah, Nicole Albert, probably not. I don't even see the reason for like Julie.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about any of those people. You might get the driver of the truck that the Nagels were in and have him just come up and say he pulled up and this is what he saw. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But did Ricky really even see what
Nothing.
They need Julie. Unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out who Andre Porto is because I know that name.
You found it already.
Did I? Was that the guy that I found?
Yeah, with the glasses, I thought.
Was that who it was?
Who determined? Who determined that on the tail light there was a mixture of 3 DNAs or whatever?
Yes. dumb. I'm like over here, like, wait a minute. Swear I
It's
know
weird
that
because I remember his name, but I do not remember.
Oh, shit, that's fucking funny. I'm trying to find.
Yeah,
I'll try to find this list. T, are you okay? No, I'm not. I'm done. I'm hungry. I'm really fucking hungry. So I'm like, I gotta get some food. Like that's gonna
it's
be
been
my next.
6.5 hours. Go eat.
Yeah, that's gonna be my next big. And I haven't actually peed the entire time I've been on here. So I think I'm just done. I think I'm done for the day, and I'm just like, all right. So tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, Brennan. Tomorrow. I don't know. What should we do? Maybe I'll just come back at the same time. We've already been doing it. We'll just do it that way. If it ends early, we'll just find something else to watch or look at. And then the news will be out there for that anyway. We'll just do the same time. Do same time tomorrow.
Okay.
Just keep it consistent. I gotta make that stream still.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go find some food and go to the bathroom. And I love you guys. I love you, Sleuthie. Grace Bates,
Stop
thank
holding
you
in
so
your
much
pee.
for sharing that spreadsheet with us. That it was amazing.
Yeah, I need to go look at that.
Yeah, it was good info. Good info. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for spending the day here and being tortured to rewatch True Papa. Definitely. Thank you guys. Love you, Sleuthie.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.